Was the heavenly Tao or the great Tao better? Was the heavenly Tao or the great Tao better? What question was this? It had to be the great Tao. Han Ju cursed in his head. What were the big shots in the first row asking? Ancestor Shitian replied, before attaining the Tao, cultivating the heavenly Tao is the best. Under the heavenly Tao, all living beings have to follow its rules. After attaining the Tao, one can cultivate the great Tao and seek a higher realm. Cultivation has no end. Even I am still exploring the endless possibilities. The questioner continued to ask. This time, he asked about the details of cultivation. Han Ju didn't understand. There were many questions in the future that Han Ju didn't understand. It involved yin-yang, 8 trigrams, providence, karma, fate, and so on. Han Ju had never even learned the basics of these Tao, so he naturally couldn't understand them. He didn't want to understand for the time being. With the immeasurable calamity before him, he couldn't learn other Tao to enrich himself. The most important thing now was to become as strong as possible. After enduring the immeasurable calamity, he had plenty of time to fill up his understanding of the Tao. Some questions could be answered by Ancestor Shitian in a sentence, but he would give a long answer for those that involved cultivation content. One of them lasted for a month. Han Ju could only cultivate quietly to pass the time. He noticed that many people in the back row were the same. Everyone pretended to listen carefully, but they were actually secretly cultivating. Even if he didn't understand the lecture, he couldn't offend Ancestor Shitian. In the blink of an eye. 4 years passed. An immortal emperor in front of him was asking a question. Ancestor Shitian answered faster, and Han Ju gradually understood. In the first 2 rows of Han Ju, there were almost no questions about cultivation. It would be a waste to ask. It was better to ask about the general trend and the Tao heart. I should follow my heart and ask. Han Ju thought to himself. This was a huge opportunity. Who knew when it would come again? After about a month and a half, it was finally Han Ju's turn. He felt a divine sense. It was the concern of the Heavenly Emperor. You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Han Ju said, Ancestor, my question is, has there ever been a mighty figure who achieved the Tao by always cultivating in a low-profile manner, staying away from conflict and not entering the calamity? With that said, many eyes landed on him. This question was too strange, even ridiculous. The Heavenly Emperor shook his head. Li Daokong smiled. Li Xianao smiled mockingly. The Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Buddha glanced at Han Ju. Who knew what they were thinking? They all had hatred towards Han Ju and naturally knew him. They just didn't know that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. Ancestor Shitian said slowly, when the world was first created, many connate lifeforms who had just been born were ascetics. They stayed far from the competition, but very few could attain the Tao. The current lifeforms are all postnatal lifeforms. If we don't compete for providence, it will be very difficult to attain the Tao. Han Ju was deep in thought. Many mighty figures shook their heads and laughed, feeling that this question was useless. However, although it's very difficult, it's not impossible. The immeasurable calamity will change in the future, and so will the heavens. Ancestor Shitian's tone was calm, but the eyes of hundreds of mighty figures flickered. The immeasurable calamity was about to change. Han Ju fell into deep thought and didn't take Ancestor Shitian's words to heart. He wasn't affected. He even wanted to laugh. Since no one could do it, his enemies would definitely think that his bitter cultivation was a joke. They wouldn't be bothered to pay attention to him and think that he was a fool. The cultivator on Han Ju's left asked his question. Time passed. More than 5 years went by. The lecture in the Great Ultimate Hall officially ended. The bell rang and all the listeners bowed and left. After leaving the Great Ultimate Hall, Han Ju met with the Divine General and Long Jun. The divine general teased, "I didn't expect you to be stronger than us. You hid it well. Visit Light Novel World. Com, for the best novel _reading experience." Long June also looked at him with a meaningful gaze. Han Ju said, "No matter how strong I am, I'm inferior to you. I'm timid and hide in my cave abode every day to cultivate. All I can do is cultivate. You guys are busy with the heavenly court's matters and have little cultivation time. If you are like me, I won't be able to catch up to you." The two of them smiled and did not reply with humble words. The heavenly emperor came in front of him and the other two and said, "Let's go. It's time to go back." Han Ju and the other two naturally had no objections. He couldn't wait to go back as soon as possible. The heavenly emperor waved his sleeve and wrapped the three of them with his dermic powers. Then, he turned into a beam of light and quickly flew away, disappearing into the darkness. The other mighty figures in front of the great ultimate hall also left. On the way back, Han Ju was very nervous, afraid that the demon emperor would suddenly attack. The heavenly emperor was faster this time compared to their initial trip. In less than 5 minutes, he sent Han Ju to the void where the reroll world was previously. Before he could speak, the heavenly emperor and the other two quickly left. Seeing this, Han Ju hurriedly jumped into the netherworld. After returning to the netherworld, Han Ju finally heaved a sigh of relief. "This time, I can't go out and listen to the Tao unless I reach the Zenith Heaven realm," Han Ju thought. Apart from his cultivation level increasing, he had also comprehended the great Tao of karma. This Tao was not simple. When he stepped into the deity realm, he would cultivate the Tao of karma and life and death. His future would be limitless. To be safe, Han Ju moved hundreds of thousands of times in the netherworld before jumping back to Hidden Sect Island. The journey was indeed safe. This was normal. Han Ju's existence was so low and his reputation was even inferior to ordinary cultivators in the immortal world. He didn't take the initiative to provoke the enemy either. How could he be attacked? After returning to the Hidden Sect Island, Han Ju gathered all the disciples and told them about the lecture this time. There was no substantial content. He only let the disciples listen to broaden their vision. He had only comprehended the great Tao of karma and could not speak of it. The Black Hell Demon Lord sighed. "Ancestor Shitian, I used to think that he was a legendary figure of the ancient era. I didn't expect him to really exist." Sun Chang'an was also extremely emotional. In the past, the Buddha was the strongest existence in his eyes. Now, he heard from Han Ju that the heavenly Tao Buddha was also respectful in front of Ancestor Shitian like a junior. He had really overestimated himself. The disciples' blood boiled as their cultivation passion was ignited. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better _reading experience. Han Ju instructed them and then returned to the Khanate cave abode. He began the simulation trial. To prevent the system from being exposed, he deliberately set a restriction on the data set by the hundreds of mighty figures in the Great Ultimate Hall. Only Han Ju could challenge them. The other disciples couldn't see them during the simulation trial. After all, there were more than a few disciples in the hidden sect. Han Ju had to be careful. Just like his clone Liu Bei, Han Ju would also be on guard. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but that he was afraid of being soul-searched and deduced by the enemy. It was better to be safe than sorry. Han Ju began to absorb qi to cultivate and increase his soul's strength. As for the great Tao of karma, he would cultivate it after stepping into the deity realm. He was already a rank 6 immortal emperor. He didn't know if he could reach the deity realm within 1,000 years. Half a year later. Word suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju, who was cultivating. Ancestor Shitian has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1, 5 stars, Dijuan has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars, Jade Bodhi has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. 7 Dao Sage has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars, Han Ju was stunned. What was going on? Why were there suddenly 4 favorability notifications? They looked like big shots. The latest episodes are on the light novel world. Com website. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Han Ju was stunned for a moment and then hurriedly checked the information of the 4 big shots. Han Ju was stunned for a moment and then hurriedly checked the information of the 4 big shots. Ancestor Shitian, Cultivation Unknown. Transcendent Tao Expert. Lives in the 33-layered heavens. Unrestrained by fate and the heavenly Tao, he has experienced 9 immeasurable calamities. Because of your cultivation philosophy, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1, 5 stars, Dijuan, Cultivation Unknown. Eternal Deity. Lives in the 33-layered heavens. His body has transformed into billions of wills and his spirit is present in the heavens. Because you were praised by Ancestor Shitian, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars, Jade Bodhi, Cultivation Unknown. Transcendent Tao Expert. The first Bodhi that cultivated to success under the heavenly Tao. Primordial ancestor of the Buddhist sect. He has always lived in the dark forbidden zone. Because you were praised by Ancestor Shitian, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. 7 Tao Sage, Cultivation Unknown. Great Tao Divine Spirit. He controls 7 Great Tao and has experienced the Great Tao immeasurable calamity. He has lived in the deity realm of the ruins of End. Because you were praised by Ancestor Shitian, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars, Han Ju read on and only had 1 word in his heart. Awesome. Eternal Deity. Transcendent Tao Expert. Great Tao Divine Spirit. These titles almost blinded him. Were these big shots playing mahjong? Han Ju was secretly puzzled. Fortunately, it was a favorable impression. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to eat and sleep in peace. In the great ultimate hall, Ancestor Shitian and 3 figures sat in a circle. They were Dijuan, Jade Bodhi, and 7 Tao Sage. Dijuan wore an ordinary Taoist robe and had a gentle face. He was tall and had a smile on his face. Jade Bodhi was an old monk. He was thin and wore a black kasaya. He had a benevolent expression. 7 Tao Sage was dressed in black robes. His face was cold and his eyes were sharp. He exuded an evil aura. This child indeed possesses a mysterious treasure that seems to be related to the nebulous primordial qi. 7 Tao Sage stroked his beard. Dijuan smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, I deduced that this kid has even heard of the story of an avatar of mine. Although it's a little biased, he still admires me." Jade Bodhi shook his head and said, "This child's mentality is very good. Unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era. If the world had just been created, he might be able to attain the Tao." What a pity. Ancestor Shitian said, "Why don't we make a bet and see if he can achieve the Tao?" "I don't think so." 7 Tao Sage nodded. "I also don't think so." Jade Bodhi said, "He can't." Dijuan smiled and said, "Then, I'll choose the other option. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. What should I bet?" The 3 mighty figures fell into deep thought. After a while, 7 Tao Sage smiled sinisterly. "Why don't we bet on the nirvana of the great Tao?" Follow current_novel on Light Novel World. Com Dijuan said angrily, "So ruthless. You 3 old men want to bully me? What? You're an eternal deity, but you don't dare to make a small bet?" Jade Bodhi provoked. Dijuan snorted. "So be it. If you lose, give me a great Tao each." Ancestor Shitian, Jade Bodhi, and 7 Tao Sage looked at each other and finally nodded. 10 years later. After returning from the great ultimate hall, Han Ju continued cultivating diligently. At the same time, the battle of the immeasurable calamity erupted again. The leaders of the factions who had been listening to the lecture began to fight. Dao Comprehension Sword did not like to stay in the cave abode recently. She liked to hang out with Li Yao. Ever since Li Yao defeated Tu Linger, who wielded the ancestral Magus Tower, Dao Comprehension Sword started to admire her. This was also a good thing. At least Han Ju had more peace. On this day, he took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the enemy and checked his emails. Your good friendly Dao Kong was attacked by a Divine Palace mighty figure, X45, your good friend Divine General was attacked by the Demon Race's Immortal Emperor, X120, your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a Divine Palace disciple, X198431, your good friend Ji Xianchen was attacked by the Providence of the Sacred Dynasty. His providence has declined. Your good friend Ji Xianchen has devoured the Providence of the Sacred Dynasty. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Mo Zhu accidentally entered an ancient blessed land. Her providence has changed. Your disciple Long Hao obtained Hao Tian's inheritance in his dreams. His cultivation has increased greatly. Li Dao Kong and the Divine Palace were at odds. He had been attacked by experts who had surpassed the Immortal Emperor realm so many times, but he had not been injured at all. Han Ju suspected that he had surrounded the mighty figure of the Divine Palace. Ji Xianchen was indeed someone meant to face the calamity. His recent battle achievements had become more and more eye-catching. His cultivation level was also increasing rapidly and had already reached the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. New chapters are published on Light Novel World. Seeing that Long Hao had obtained Hao Tian's inheritance, Han Ju was still a little worried. However, Long Hao's favorability towards him did not decrease, which meant that he had not been possessed by Hao Tian for the time being. It seemed like he had to tell the Heavenly Emperor about this and let him be prepared. He hadn't said it before because he was worried that the Heavenly Emperor might already know. Therefore, he had sent Long Hao to him. He didn't want to be involved in the vortex between them. By the way, I almost forgot. I broke through again. Should I take care of the Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Buddha? Han Ju thought to himself. He had a quadrillion years of life now. It was too much, so it could be used to an extent. Yeah. Each person could be cursed with 2 billion years. In any case, it was far from affecting his total lifespan. After Han Ju made up his mind, he started to increase the curse power. He first cursed the Heavenly Tao Buddha. 5 days later, his lifespan began to decrease. Han Ju stared at his attributes panel and prepared to click. 1,000,000 years. 10,000,000 years. 500,000,000 years. 1,000,000,000 years. 2,000,000,000 years. Stop. Han Ju threw the Book of Misfortune aside and started to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. This was the first time he lost 2 billion years of his lifespan, so he actually felt a little dizzy. His body was weak. In the future, he couldn't curse his enemies for more than 2 billion years at once, or else something would happen. Han Ju checked his emails as he healed. Visit Light Novel World. For a better user experience. He was pleasantly surprised. It was indeed effective. Because of your curse, your enemy Heavenly Tao Buddha went berserk. He accidentally attacked and killed several Buddhas, injuring hundreds of Buddhist disciples. Han Ju was secretly pleased. Your disguise is going to fall off now. Let's see how you continue acting. Several days later, Han Ju returned to his peak state. He began to curse the Demon Emperor. It was also 2 billion years of life, and something actually happened to the unfathomable Demon Emperor this time. Because of your curse, the killing intent of your enemy Demon Emperor has increased greatly. He personally entered the calamity to kill and vent his anger. His negative karma has increased greatly and he has become the person facing the calamity. Became the one facing the calamity? Hanju was curious. What was the threshold to become the one who faced the calamity? Then, he continued to rest. Little did he know that the immortal world was already in chaos. The heavenly Tao Buddha slaughtered the Buddhist disciples and alerted the other 3 Buddhas to come out of seclusion. They joined forces to suppress the heavenly Tao Buddha, causing the Buddhist sect to panic. The demon emperor had gone berserk and slaughtered all living beings, causing anger among humans and gods. It was said that the land of a region was covered in blood qi and was extremely terrifying. Half a month later, Hanju began to use the derivation function and stated, "I want to know the eventual winner of this immeasurable calamity. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" Continue. 1 billion years was nothing. Hanju thought heroically. Then, he started to feel dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, Hanju came to the ground. He looked up and was stunned. The latest episodes are on the light novel world. Com website. The world was dark and sand covered the sky. There were no plants on the ground, only bones. It was extremely desolate. What happened? The world was destroyed. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Did they all perish together? Did they all perish together? Hanju frowned and panicked. Please don't tell me I died too. How could this be? Is it because I've made the demon emperor and the heavenly Tao Buddha go mad? Hanju suddenly regretted it. Crap. I've implicated myself. At this moment, Hanju suddenly saw a figure. The figure sat in the air, covered by sand. It was difficult to capture him. Hanju narrowed his eyes and his expression changed. This person. Long Hao. This kid is the final winner of the calamity. Hanju immediately flew over and wanted to approach him. Long Hao suddenly opened his eyes. The golden light above his head turned into dust and scattered. His black hair scattered and swayed in the wind. It turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. He laughed impudently. This emperor will kill his way through the tribulation and complete a feat that even the devil ancestor has never done. 33 layered heavens, ancient desolate, just you wait. I, Hao Tian, will kill my way back sooner or later. Hao Tian. Hanju frowned. Why did Hao Tian win the immeasurable calamity? Hanju was very puzzled. At this moment, Hao Tian raised his hand and dug at his chest, directly pulling out a soul. That soul looked exactly like him. Long Hao. Hanju widened his eyes. Being grabbed by Hao Tian, Long Hao struggled with all his might. He said angrily, Hao Tian. You killed my father and slaughtered my hidden sect. You will die a horrible death. Hao Tian said disdainfully, under the heavenly Tao, who can possibly kill me? Hanju was thunderstruck. The hidden sect had been slaughtered. I'm also dead. Hanju almost exploded. At this moment, everything in front of him shattered. The scene ended. Visit Light Novel World. Com, for the best novel reading experience. Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. He opened his eyes and frowned. Damn Hao Tian, this hatred was irreconcilable. He wouldn't rest until he was dead. Hanju was in a dilemma. Hao Tian was still in Long Hao's body. If he cursed Hao Tian, it would definitely affect Long Hao. He had to think of a way to separate them. Hanju took out the heavenly Tao token and poured his divine sense into it. Di Tai Bai had perished. It was unknown who the heavenly Tao token would contact now. Soon, a voice sounded, what is it? The heavenly emperor. Hanju was surprised. He didn't expect the heavenly emperor to actually take over Di Tai Bai's heavenly Tao token. He thought that it would be destroyed along with him. The heavenly emperor was too considerate. Han Ju organized his words and said, Your Majesty, after I finished listening to the Tao, I cultivated the great Tao of karma and deduced that there is still a soul hidden in Hao's body. You have to be wary. The heavenly emperor asked curiously, You're only an immortal emperor. How can you cultivate the great Tao of karma? Cough cough, maybe it's talent. You're wrong. There's no other soul in Hao's body. He's my son. His soul is newly born. I deduced that the soul is called Hao Tian. Just like Hao, it has the word Hao. Hao Tian. The heavenly emperor's tone changed to one of horror. Is that true? Yes, Your Majesty. Don't say that I told you. Of course. The heavenly emperor quickly severed his divine sense connection. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the heavenly emperor really didn't know. He hoped that he could save Long Hao now. As long as he pulled Hao Tian's soul out, Han Ju could target him. Damn it! This fellow actually dared to slaughter the hidden sect. Han Ju was really angry. Although it was something that happened in the future, he was still very angry. His hatred towards Hao Tian soared to 6 stars. The heavenly Tao Buddha had already lost the right to become the final winner. There was no need to specifically target him in the future. He would do it once every 10 years. He just had to try his best to let him die in the immeasurable calamity. There was no hurry for the time being. The most up-to-date novels are published _here Light Novel World. Next, Hao Tian would be Han Ju's #1 target. Sigh, I have to worry about saving the world again. Han Ju sighed and thought silently. The future he wanted was very simple. It would be enough if the mortals were still around, the order was still in place, the heavenly emperor was still alive, and so was he. It was that simple. However, the previous 2 results were too dark. The heavenly Tao Buddha had turned to the dark side and was prepared to bring darkness to all living beings. Hao Tian had even slaughtered all the worlds. It was extremely ridiculous. I'm not the dark forbidden lord. I'm the savior of the light. Han Ju adjusted his emotions and continued cultivating. Curses were only a method. Cultivation was the most important. He couldn't rely on curses alone. One day, if he had the strength to kill whoever he wanted, he wouldn't hide and curse. Although it felt good, it was still a dirty trick. Immortal world, West Heaven. The 3 great Buddhas stood above the clouds. They were all 10,000 feet tall and emitted a Buddhist light. Countless Buddhist disciples surrounded the sky. Everyone's gaze landed on a mountain range below. The mountains were covered in talismans. There were countless of them. Deep underground, the heavenly Tao Buddha meditated in the cave. His eyes were blood red and no longer had the solemnity of the past. He gritted his teeth and said, I was plotted against by the dark forbidden lord. I'm not from the devil race. Don't you know my background? Above the sea of clouds, the most awe-inspiring divine might Buddha said, Amitabha. We know about this. Regarding the dark forbidden lord, I will definitely find him. However, the sins you have committed are true. You should reflect and calm down here until your Buddhist heart is pure before coming out. The heavenly Tao Buddha was silent. At this moment, among the Buddhist disciples was an ordinary-looking Buddha. He was the primordial chaos heavenly devil after possession. TSK, the dark forbidden lord is really powerful. He actually made the heavenly Tao Buddha lose control. It seems that the era of the Buddhist sect manipulating the world has passed. Primordial chaos heavenly devil thought to himself. He couldn't help but think of Han Ju. For some reason, he felt that the dark forbidden lord might be related to him. Han Ju was too strange. No matter what, he was already Han Ju's subordinate. His life and death were controlled by him, so he naturally didn't dare to defame Han Ju. He only hoped that Han Ju was the dark forbidden lord now. If the Dark Forbidden Lord laughed until the end, he would also benefit. However, Han Ju was at most the Dark Forbidden Lord's subordinate. If he was so strong, he wouldn't have to hide in the mortal world. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Calm the primordial chaos heavenly devil thought. With the heavenly Tao Buddha suppressed, he could realize his ambitions. The heavenly Tao Buddha was actually the devil ancestor. Since the primordial chaos heavenly devil had once worked for him, now that he had betrayed the devil race, he had always been afraid of being discovered. In the blink of an eye, another 20 years passed. Han Ju didn't know about the commotion in the immortal world and could only spy on it from the emails. On this day, Han Ju was about to take out the Book of Misfortune to do his daily missions when he suddenly frowned. An extremely strange power invaded his body. This power was somewhat similar to the great Tao of Karma, but it was also very different. He couldn't capture it and could only use his dermic powers to resist. Wait. A curse. Holy shit. Someone cursed me. Han Ju was frightened and started trembling. What happened? He immediately checked the strongest person around Hidden Sect Island. He was the strongest. There was no enemy attack. Could it be the Demon Emperor? Li Shenao? Void Emperor? Heavenly Tao Buddha? They discovered that I'm the Dark Forbidden Lord? No. If they had found out, my hatred points would have increased. Han Ju was puzzled. Who actually cursed me? Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce. He couldn't deduce the karma of the curse. He smiled. Updated _ at Light Novel World. The other party had some tricks up his sleeve. But I still have stronger methods. Read at Wuxia World. EU. I want to know who's cursing me. I want to know who's cursing me. Han Ju thought in his heart and used the derivation function. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Immediately after, a scene appeared in Han Ju's mind. In a dark Taoist temple, a youth in a Taoist robe held a purple compass and muttered something. Han Ju had seen this person before. Previously in the Great Ultimate Hall, Han Ju copied everyone's data using the simulation trial and recorded their appearance at the same time. After all, those who could listen to the Tao were all important figures in the immortal world. It was a good thing to remember them. This person seemed to be from the Jia school. Han Ju entered the simulation trial and found this person to check his information. Jing Tiangong, cultivation unknown, Jia school elder. Han Ju fought with him first. An hour later, Han Ju was defeated. This fellow was quite something. Han Ju opened his eyes. Why was Jing Tiangong cursing him? Han Ju felt that the curse power had disappeared and didn't cause any substantial damage to him. Could it be that this fellow was not targeting him but cursing many people? Han Ju didn't understand. No matter what, the other party had cursed him. He had to curse him back. But not now. Cursing now was too obvious. He would wait a few years. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed his enemy to complete the mission that happened once every 10 years. In the dark Taoist temple, Jing Tiangong slowly put down the purple compass in his hand and heaved a sigh of relief. Although I have a supreme treasure, it's still too difficult to curse the Tao listeners of the Great Ultimate Hall. He thought silently. He focused on cursing the leader of the forces who had stirred up a storm in the immeasurable calamity. As for the immortal emperors accompanying them, he just casually cursed and did not want to spend much effort on them. They must think that the Dark Forbidden Lord is cursing them. The more chaotic it is, the better. This way, our Jia school can rise amidst the chaos. Jing Tiangong looked expectant. Follow current _novel on Light Novel World. Sect Master, I will definitely bring glory to the Jia school and lead it back to the peak. Jing Tiangong thought firmly. He began to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. Curses were originally a sinister method. If he injured 1,000 enemies, he would suffer 800 backlashes. Fortunately, this was a supreme treasure, so the backlash was not too great. I really don't know how the Dark Forbidden Lord did it. He actually cursed the entire immortal world. Is his lifespan very long? Is his cultivation level extremely high? Jing Tiangong thought in confusion. Curses consumed lifespan or providence. Although his lifespan was long, he didn't dare to use it to curse. This was because cursing consumed too much lifespan, not providence. If he lost providence, he could earn more. But lifespan was predestined. With his cultivation level, it was very difficult for him to increase his lifespan unless he broke through. How difficult was breaking through? He hadn't broken through in 10 million years. He almost forgot how it felt to break through. 10 years later. Han Ju suddenly opened his eyes. It was time. Dao Comprehension Sword wasn't in the cave abode. Han Ju directly took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Jing Tiangong of the Jie school. I'll spend 100 million years to play with him first. Han Ju snorted. In any case, Jing Tiangong didn't know where he was. 5 days later, Han Ju's lifespan began to decrease. He opened his attributes panel and strictly controlled the time. Under the full-powered curse, his lifespan decreased very quickly. When 100 million years had been lost, he immediately stopped and wiped the blood from his eyes. He checked the emails. He couldn't find Jing Tiangong. Right. He almost forgot. Jing Tiangong didn't have a favorable impression or hatred towards him. Han Ju couldn't know his situation. Should he continue? Forget it, that was enough. Jing Tiangong cursed him for a while and didn't curse anymore. Han Ju returned the favor and warned him. If Jing Tiangong still cursed him, Han Ju would spend his life cursing him. Han Ju adjusted his state and continued to do his daily missions after recovering. The most up-to-date novels are published _here of Light Novel World. Calm in the Dark Daoist Temple. Boom! Jing Tiangong spat out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly circulated his energy to heal his injuries and suppress the terrifying curse power. Damn it! Who's cursing me? Did the people I cursed discover me? Jing Tiangong was frightened. It would be terrible if he provoked a mighty figure from the heavens. For the next period of time, Jing Tiangong was extremely nervous. Han Ju's curse caused his dermic powers to go berserk, and he couldn't calm down for a short period of time. If a mighty figure attacked during this period of time, he might very well die. He waited for 5 years. No mighty figure attacked, and the curse did not continue. It seemed that it wasn't the group of listeners from the Great Ultimate Hall cursing him. Jing Tiangong thought of a possibility: could it be the Dark Forbidden Lord? The more Jing Tiangong thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The Dark Forbidden Lord was good at curses. If he wanted to frame him, it was very likely that the latter would notice. Is the Dark Forbidden Lord warning me? Jing Tiangong smiled bitterly, his heart filled with reverence. What kind of existence was the Dark Forbidden Lord? Jing Tiangong looked at his purple compass and suddenly felt that he was ridiculous. Wait. Why don't I join the Dark Forbidden Lord? He would mess up the immortal world with him and help the Jie school rope in a strong alliance. Speaking of which, there was no news of the Jie school being cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. Jing Tiangong's eyes lit up, thinking that this was a good idea. But where should he find the Dark Forbidden Lord? Ever since he spent 100 million years cursing Jing Tiangong to warn him, Han Ju had not been cursed since. It seemed that this fellow was shocked. This was also good. If everyone was peaceful, he could cultivate in peace. Follow current_novel on Light Novel World. Calm. Han Ju's life returned to normal. He continued to advance to the rank 7 Immortal Emperor realm. Year after year passed. Detected that you are 4,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Enter the calamity immediately and fight for providence. Your name will shake the heavens. You can obtain 9 great Tao fragments, a supreme treasure, and a chance for the system to upgrade. 2. Ignore the calamity for the time being. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and compete with time. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a mystical power inheritance. Han Ju looked at the choices in front of him and raised his eyebrows. This dog system has really invested heavily in order to lure me into the calamity. You want me to face the calamity? Impossible. Han Ju silently chose the second option. Congratulations on obtaining a great Tao fragment. Congratulations on obtaining the mystical power Great Freedom Heaven Imprisoning Palm, Great Freedom Heaven Imprisoning Palm, an unparalleled mystical power that involves the Tao of space. You can take in the sky with one palm and it will become stronger as your cultivation level increases. At its peak, you can take in the heavenly Tao. Great Freedom. What a nostalgic name. This mystical power was quite impressive. At the strongest, he could absorb the heavenly Tao. Han Ju immediately inherited the Great Freedom Heaven Imprisoning Palm. This mystical power was not as simple as collecting the sky. It could also capture all existences under the sky and imprison them in the space in the palm, devouring their dermic powers or other energies. Very domineering. After Han Ju mastered it, he recalled that he had yet to improve his various sword Tao, so he already spent a year raising all his mystical powers to the limit. He was just about to enter the simulation trial and practice the Great Freedom Heaven Imprisoning Palm when he suddenly sensed something. It came from the chaotic domain. Tao's sovereign was looking for him again. Han Ju thought for a moment and jumped into the chaotic domain. The chaotic domain was equivalent to the chat group created by Han Ju and Tao's sovereign. The two of them could communicate telepathically here, no matter how far apart their bodies were. Tao's sovereign went straight to the point. Can you save me? After this is done, I owe you my life. Han Ju asked in surprise, who caught you? Demon Emperor, visit Light Novel World. Com for a better reading experience. No, I can't help. I'm sorry. The two of them fell silent. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Han Ju looked at Tao's sovereign and felt glad. Han Ju looked at Tao's sovereign and felt glad. Fortunately, he did not follow this fellow to assassinate the demon emperor. Han Ju didn't kick him when he was down or nag at him. At this moment, silence was better than words. After a long while, Tao's sovereign said leisurely, if you can think of a way to save me, I can give you a huge fortuitous encounter that can allow you to step into the deity realm. You will definitely succeed and won't need to transcend the tribulation. Han Ju said, forget it. I'm really helpless about this. Tao's sovereign gritted his teeth. Then state your conditions. Han Ju asked in surprise, why didn't the Divine Palace save you? I heard that the Divine Palace and the Demon Court seem to have joined forces. Letting you live shouldn't be a problem. Upon hearing this, Tao's sovereign sighed. The Palace Master and the Demon Emperor might have reached some agreement. Thinking of this, Tao's sovereign's heart ached. The reason why he wanted to assassinate the Demon Emperor was that he wanted to help the Divine Palace. Who knew that after his assassination failed, the two sides would ally? So be it if they formed an alliance, but the Divine Palace actually didn't save him. Now, he was suffering from the Demon Emperor's torture all day long. It was indescribable. Han Ju fell silent again and couldn't help but mourn for Tao's sovereign. He had followed the wrong person. If he was caught, the Heavenly Emperor would definitely save him at all costs. Han Ju thought for a moment and said, what if I want you to leave the Divine Palace? Stunned, Tao's sovereign subconsciously rejected. No, but before he could finish, he shut up again. Geniuses all had their own pride, let alone Tao's sovereign who thought he was the #1 prodigy in the world. Wasn't the divine palace afraid of losing him? Damn it! The more Tao's sovereign thought about it, the angrier he became. As long as you can save me, I'll leave the divine palace and join you. Tao's sovereign said in a low voice. He hated the demon emperor. The recent demon emperor was extremely violent and often vented his anger on him. He couldn't take it anymore. Try the light novel world. Com platform _for the most advanced _reading experience. Most importantly, the demon emperor had brought him to the great ultimate hall to listen to the Tao. He had clearly met the divine palace's master. The latter could clearly save him, but he had told him to endure and stay by the demon emperor's side. What's this? Using me as a bargaining chip? Using me to entertain the demon emperor? Han Ju sighed when he heard Tao's sovereign's tone. Was the divine palace stupid? Han Ju said, just you wait. I'll go get help now. All right. Tao's sovereign nodded and said, thank you. Han Ju waved his hand. I'm ashamed to say this. I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I would definitely save you personally. After all, only the two of us have the chaotic physique and can be considered to be of the same race. Sigh, you can wait for the good news. Of course. Tao's sovereign has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. Han Ju returned to reality and looked at the notification in front of him, feeling a little dissatisfied. Only 2 stars? Forget it, I haven't saved him yet anyway. Han Ju took out the Heavenly Tao token and contacted the Heavenly Emperor. Soon, his divine sense connected. Your Majesty, do you want to subdue the chaotic physique? Han Ju asked directly. The Heavenly Emperor asked in surprise, you mean Tao's sovereign? He was caught by the Demon Emperor. Even if I save him, he will only run back to the Divine Palace. As expected of the Heavenly Emperor, he was really well informed. He contacted me just now. We both have the chaotic physique. We can contact each other directly in the domain. As long as you save him, he will leave the Divine Palace and join the Heavenly Court, Han Ju replied. The Heavenly Emperor asked cautiously, could it be a trap? Han Ju looked at his interpersonal relationships. The Tao sovereign had indeed developed a favorable impression of him because he had been tortured by the Demon Emperor. Probably not. He said that the Demon Emperor is torturing him. Yes, the Demon Emperor has indeed gone crazy recently. I wonder what the Dark Forbidden Lord has done to him. You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. I just cursed. I didn't do anything to him. Han Ju thought silently. The Heavenly Emperor agreed and said that he would prepare immediately. Unlike the Divine Palace, the Heavenly Court really lacked prodigies. If Tao's sovereign could join them, it would definitely attract countless geniuses. Even the powerful Tao sovereign was defeated. The immortal world is truly dangerous. Han Ju sighed and continued the simulation trial. The group of listeners from the Great Ultimate Hall were like bosses in the simulation trial, waiting for Han Ju to defeat them. 30 years passed quickly. As Han Ju's cultivation level continued to increase, so did the cultivation of the hidden sect disciples. The weakest chaotic heavenly dog was also at the late-stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal realm. Li Yao had already become a Grand Unity Golden Immortal. The chaotic gourd spirit, Han 8, followed closely behind and reached the Grand Unity Golden Immortal realm. Han 1 to Han 7 had inferior potentials. They had just broken through to the Grand Unity Mystic Immortal realm. Murong Qi had also reached the Grand Unity Golden Immortal realm. The other disciples, including the 2 Golden Crows, were still lacking. Speaking of the Golden Crows, Han Ju was a little troubled. Their potential was indeed not worthy of the Golden Crow's name. No wonder they were expelled by the Golden Crow Divine Clan. Although they had increased their potential by devouring the 9 netherworld dragon, they were still inferior to the top prodigies of the hidden sect. Han Ju wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, he didn't need Ada and Xiao Er to do anything. In addition, the development of the reroll world had been on the right track. The heavenly Tao kept increasing, and the cultivation ceiling had already begun to break through to the grand unity true immortal realm. Under the care of the white-robed Buddha, the Jade Pure Sacred Sect had already become a holy land. Its reputation was widespread. Taoist 9 Cauldrons had yet to die and was still the sect master. After a few thousand years, he could be considered a mighty figure in the mortal world. Every time he saw him, Han Ju would think of sect master Li Qingzi. Things had changed. He would never see the sect master who was beaten up everywhere for the sect again. To the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, Han Ju was already a legend. Other than a few elders, most people had already forgotten about him. Han Ju felt that it was good. Follow current_novel on Light Novel World. This was the best outcome. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect had become stronger because of him and had not been dragging him down. After observing the reroll world, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started to do his daily missions. Dao Sovereign's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars, Why did his favorability increase? Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor had already saved him? Han Ju checked the emails. They were all about attacks, but he couldn't be sure if Dao Sovereign was saved. He would wait a little longer. He would ask the Heavenly Emperor after some time. Han Ju thought. Master, I seek an audience. Su Chi's voice floated over from outside the cave abode. Han Ju had no choice but to put away the Book of Misfortune. Come in. As Han Ju spoke, he deactivated the restriction in the cave abode. Su Chi quickly knelt down in front of him. Han Ju noticed that there was a visible black aura between his eyebrows. Something was wrong. Did something happen to you? Han Ju asked. Su Chi replied, nothing happened. After I broke through recently, I recalled my previous life. Master, it turns out that I was born with bad luck. I'm afraid that if I stay here, I might cause trouble, Han Ju said indifferently, don't say that. I don't care about that. I'll be your master for life. I'll never dislike you. Hearing this, Su Chi was touched and his eyes turned red. In his previous life, he had been chased to the heavenly court by the Jie school and then chased down to the mortal world. No one had ever taken care of him like Han Ju. Han Ju asked, can you actively cultivate your power of misfortune? Su Chi's cultivation had fallen behind recently. Han Ju didn't want that to happen. Visit to Light Novel World. Discover_new novels. This kid could still become stronger and continue to harm his enemies in the future. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Chapter 326 Huang Zuntian's Sadness, Dao Sovereign enters the Heavenly Court. Chapter 326 Huang Zuntian's Sadness, Dao Sovereign enters the Heavenly Court. Indeed, I can. This is also the second thing I came to find you about. I want to leave the hidden sect island to strengthen my bad luck. I was born as the incarnation of bad luck. I can't abandon bad luck and can only walk this path. Su Chi said seriously. He looked up at Han Ju, hoping that his master would agree. He continued, if I encounter danger, I will definitely not implicate the hidden sect or trouble master. You're already good to me, but I can feel that continuing to cultivate in seclusion is not suitable for me. Han Ju remained silent. Su Chi was uneasy, afraid that he would be angry. Han Ju asked, where are you going? Su Chi thought for a moment and then said, I should leave the immortal world. I can feel a region outside the immortal world summoning me. Previously, in the Divine Palace, I learned that other than the myriad worlds in the immortal world, there are other domains, such as the Dark Forbidden Zone, the deity realm of the Ruins of End, and so on. There's always a place that can let me cultivate bad luck. Han Ju said, can't you wait until the calamity is over? Su Chi said, I can still tolerate it now, but ever since the immeasurable calamity started, I've become frustrated. I'm worried that when the calamity evolves to an intense stage, my Tao heart might collapse. I'm afraid that something I can't predict will happen. Would he lose control? Han Ju showed a frown. Su Chi continued, Master, don't worry about me. I will definitely follow your philosophy and not cause trouble. Since he had already said so, Han Ju couldn't continue to stop him. In the end, he agreed to let Su Chi go and let all the disciples gather. Su Chi recounted his previous life. The disciples listened with heavy hearts. He didn't expect that even Su Chi, who often went into seclusion, had a heavy background in his previous life. After chatting for a few days, Han Ju sent Su Chi to the living realm. Looking at his departing figure, Han Ju sighed. Another disciple was sent away. It was still very difficult to make all the disciples cultivate in seclusion like him. Long Hao did it for the heavenly court. New chapters are published on Light Novel World. Su Chi did it for them. Han Ju could only bless them. After sighing, he jumped back to the netherworld and quickly returned to Hidden Sect Island. Su Chi's departure also agitated the Hidden Sect disciples. Compared to Su Chi, they were much luckier. There was no need for them to be forced to leave the sect. Han Ju was the same. If he was strong enough, he could help Su Chi suppress bad luck and prevent it from affecting them. Immortal World, Golden Crab Island. Huang Zuantian flew towards the Golden Crab Island from the horizon. Looking at it from afar, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was finally back. The immortal world was too big. Without the help of a mighty figure, even he, who was at the Grand Unity True Immortal Realm, would have to fly for a long time. That's right. Huang Zuantian had already reached the Grand Unity True Immortal Realm. After the Immortal Talent meeting, he roped in the disciples of the Jie school and relied on his words and sincerity to obtain the inheritance of the Jie school elder. His cultivation level could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Apart from his cultivation, he also obtained other things. Soon, Huang Zuantian entered the island. The white crane immediately flew in front of him and asked with concern, "How was your performance in the Immortal Talent meeting?" Huang Zuantian landed in front of the Daoist temple and said casually, "It's all right. It's not outstanding, but I didn't burden the Jie school." The white crane heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "Good kid, I didn't misjudge you." Huang Zuantian suddenly stopped and turned to look at the white crane. He said expressionlessly, "From today onwards, the disciples of Golden Crab Island are not allowed to go out. All of them are to cultivate on the island, including you." The white crane was stunned. It said in a low voice, "You're ordering me? Isn't it me who supported you to be where you are today?" "What?" After going to the Immortal Talent meeting, before it could finish speaking, it suddenly collapsed. Huang Zuantian took out a token. This token was black and had a qilin pattern carved on it. The body of the qilin seemed to be expressing a word. The white crane was shocked. "Why do you have an elder token?" Huang Zuantian said casually, "I've already acknowledged Elder Qilin as my master. Do you understand what you should do in the future? Read at Wuxia World." The white crane was silent. Huang Zuantian put away the token and walked into the Daoist temple. The white crane couldn't figure out how this kid had obtained Elder Qilin's recognition. His potential was clearly average. After returning to the Daoist temple, Huang Zuantian sat on a mat and heaved a sigh of relief. The taste of power is truly fascinating. Huang Zuantian smiled. The white crane had been so arrogant when facing him last time. Only by becoming stronger could he do as he pleased. He hoped that no one would disturb him again, or he would have to think of a way to climb up again. In order to become the disciple of Elder Qilin, he had put in so much effort that he had even lost his dignity. Sigh. Thinking of this, Huang Zuantian's heart ached. 10 years passed. The effect of Su Qi's departure had vanished and everything returned to normal. While cultivating, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the enemy while checking his emails. Your good friend Dao Sovereign was attacked by your enemy Demon Emperor. He was severely injured. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a demon race mighty figure, X10. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by the demon race's immortal emperor, X34, your good friend Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil was attacked by the demon race's immortal emperor, X27, your good friend Li Dao Kong was attacked by your enemy demon emperor. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by demons, X239829, your good friend Long Shan was attacked by demons, X17661. Your good friend Dao Sovereign was attacked by a demon mighty figure and was severely injured. Wow! The Heavenly Emperor had mobilized the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist sect to besiege the Demon Court. For more _novel, visit Light Novel World. He was really going all out to save Dao Sovereign. Han Ju was convinced by the Heavenly Emperor's spirit. He saw that Dao Sovereign had been severely injured by the Demon Court twice. It seemed that it was not an act. The Demon Emperor had really gone mad. After suffering such an attack, if he was Dao Sovereign, he would definitely not return to the Divine Palace unless they took revenge for him. If I curse the Demon Emperor now, I might be able to help them retreat. If I curse the Master of the Divine Palace, even if the Divine Palace changes its mind, it will be delayed. Han Ju immediately stopped cursing the Heavenly Dao Buddha and started cursing the Divine Palace Master. Since Dao Sovereign was already on the verge of joining the Heavenly Court, how could he let the Divine Palace save him? The Heavenly Court had already suffered losses, they had to obtain Dao Sovereign no matter what. Han Ju began to curse the Divine Palace Master with all his might. 10 days later. Han Ju lost 1.5 billion years of his lifespan. He put down the Book of Misfortune and secretly prayed for the Heavenly Emperor. Your Majesty, I've done my best for you. You must capture Dao Sovereign and not let him escape. Han Ju started to recuperate. Heavenly Court, Numinous Palace. The Heavenly Emperor sat at his seat. The gods were gathered in the hall, and the Dao Sovereign was also there. At this moment, Dao Sovereign's aura was weak and his face was pale. He was no longer as high-spirited as before, like a candle in the wind. The Heavenly Emperor asked, "How are you? Do you need me to treat you?" Dao Sovereign shook his head. His Majesty has already done enough for me. I can heal this injury myself. He bowed seriously to the Heavenly Emperor and asked, "Where is that person?" The Heavenly Emperor smiled. He's still cultivating in seclusion. You should already know his personality. Next, stay in the Heavenly Court. I won't ask too much of you. Cultivate well usually. When the Heavenly Court needs you, you can make your move. Dao Sovereign looked at the Heavenly Emperor gratefully. In this rescue, he was really touched by the Heavenly Emperor and Han Ju. How many immortals had been sacrificed to save him? Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Platform. In contrast, the Divine Palace had yet to appear. Dao Sovereign was filled with grudges towards the Divine Palace, even feeling hatred now. In the past, when they needed him, they had said many nice things, but when he was in trouble, he couldn't see anyone. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Chapter 327 Divine Palace Changes Owner, Jia School's Sect Master. Chapter 327 Divine Palace Changes Owner, Jia School's Sect Master. After cursing the Divine Palace Master, about half a year later, the Heavenly Emperor contacted him. Knowing that Dao Sovereign had already joined the Heavenly Court, Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, this information is not bad, right? Don't say that I didn't contribute to the Heavenly Court or anything. Han Ju smiled. As for the greatest contribution, he couldn't say it out loud. After all, it involved the secret of the dark forbidden lord. The heavenly emperor smiled. Indeed. Tao's sovereign has unlimited potential. At the same time, he's also an example. The divine palace has always been famous for protecting its prodigies. If even Tao's sovereign has fled, the morale of the entire sect will definitely fluctuate. The heavenly emperor began to look forward to the heavenly court's future. Tao's sovereign's addition was indeed a great move. The heavenly emperor continued with a smile, Tao's sovereign wants to see you very much. Are you coming to the heavenly court? Forget it, I'm busy cultivating. Humph, I knew it. The heavenly emperor didn't say anything else and severed his divine sense. Han Ju was in a good mood and continued cultivating. This matter was finally settled. He could finally cultivate in peace. Cultivating without any worries was faster. In the great ultimate hall, not only had Han Ju broken through to the rank 6 immortal emperor realm, but his cultivation had also been increasing. In addition to the time he had returned, he was already not far from becoming a rank 7 immortal emperor. After breaking through to this realm, he was not far from the rank 9 immortal emperor realm. After reaching the rank 9 immortal emperor realm, he was not far from the deity realm. After reaching the deity realm, was the zenith heaven still far away? Just thinking about it made Han Ju excited. A hall shook violently. All the decorations in the hall swayed. Read at Wuxia World. EU, damn it. Damn it. Ah. The divine palace master roared angrily. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were bloodshot. Heavenly Emperor. Dark Forbidden Lord. If I don't kill you, I'd have cultivated for naught. The divine palace master was furious. After roaring for a period of time, he had no choice but to continue circulating his energy to heal his injuries. The Dark Forbidden Lord's curse power was too strong, causing him to almost have mental demons. In addition, when he learned that Tao's sovereign had joined the heavenly court, his anger attacked his heart and injured him even more. At this moment, a gust of wind blew into the hall and turned into a white-robed man. The white-robed man stared at the divine palace master and said in a low voice, "Junior brother, you forced Tao's sovereign away." The divine palace master's expression changed slightly when he saw him. He gritted his teeth and said, "I didn't force him. He was captured by the demon emperor. Why didn't you save him? It's impossible that you learned of this later than the heavenly court, right?" The divine palace master revealed his deal with the demon emperor. The white-robed man said angrily, "Nonsense. How can the 3 regions compare to the chaotic physique? When the calamity ends, no matter how many regions there are, they will all be covered in bones. What does the chaotic physique represent? It's at least a zenith heaven. Although the divine palace is strong, how many zenith heavens are there?" The divine palace master was extremely aggrieved. After a short while, he couldn't help but say, "There are so many prodigies in the divine palace. I'm just asking him to endure for 1,000 years. What does it mean for him to betray the divine palace? His intentions are punishable. How much effort has the divine palace poured into Tao's sovereign? For the sake of the divine palace, so what if he waits 1,000 years? Boom! The white-robed man suddenly stomped his feet. A terrifying pressure landed on the divine palace master, causing his expression to change. The white-robed man said coldly, "Looks like it's not appropriate to hand the position of divine palace master to you. From today onwards, I'll be in charge of the divine palace." The divine palace master looked indignant, but he didn't dare to refute. Time passed quickly. 27 years later. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. The inner competition of the hidden sect ended once again. Li Yao suppressed all the disciples and obtained first place. When Han Ju learned of this, he called her into the cave abode. Tao Comprehension Sword was left outside the cave abode. He wanted to talk to Li Yao alone. Li Yao sat in front of Han Ju and was a little nervous. When she saw Han Ju's face again, she couldn't help but blush. She recalled the scene when she used the invocation technique to summon him. It was unforgettable. He saved her life. In addition to Han Ju's kindness and his perfect face, Li Yao admitted that she had feelings for him. However, feelings of affection couldn't compare to the Dao heart. She had no intention of confessing. She only wanted to cultivate well. I'm prepared to teach you the heavenly sword Dao. Do you want to learn it? Han Ju asked with a smile. The more he looked at Li Yao, the more satisfied he was. It was as if he was looking at himself. Cautious, vigilant, but extremely talented and powerful. Li Yao's eyes lit up. Yes. Han Ju didn't stand on ceremony and immediately taught her the heavenly sword Dao. Half a year later, Li Yao obtained all the inherited memories of the sword Dao. As for the specific cultivation, it would still take time. Han Ju asked, "What do you think of the hidden sect?" Stunned, Li Yao said, "Not bad. It's better than the sects I've encountered. This is a true cultivation sect. We stay far from distractions and can communicate with each other to improve together." She spoke from the bottom of her heart. Although the disciples of the hidden sect bickered, it never hurt their harmony. They all liked to cultivate diligently and had no ulterior motives. Oh, other than Duan Hongchen. He had no choice but to stay on Hidden Sect Island. Speaking of which, we don't have a proper status yet. What identity do you want in the hidden sect? Han Ju asked with a smile. After so many years, Li Yao's favorability towards him had already increased to 5 stars. This favorability was not as simple as taking in a disciple. If he took her in as his companion, she would probably not reject him. However, Han Ju no longer cared about love. After all, he was already an immortal emperor. The primal urge of his body could no longer control him. Li Yao understood what he meant and said, "You can arrange any identity for me." Updated_ at Light Novel World. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Wow. This was quite something. Han Ju said, "Then, let's do it this way. Try to reach the Emperor realm as soon as possible." Li Yao nodded. Han Ju waved his hand to signal her to leave. Looking at Li Yao, he sighed. In fact, he didn't have the same favorable impression of Li Yao as he did of Xing Hongxian. He only hoped that a Dao companion would accompany him on the path of cultivation. From the looks of it, neither Xing Hongxian, Fairy Shi Xian, or Chang Yuer could keep up with him in cultivation. Han Ju would try his best to help Xing Hongxian, but doing his best didn't mean that it would work. Otherwise, how many immortal emperor concubines could the heavenly emperor and the demon emperor nurture? It was still fine for a grand unity golden immortal. The emperor realm was the true obstacle. They had to rely on themselves. Han Ju stopped thinking and continued cultivating. I wonder how much my lifespan will increase after breaking through to the rank 7 immortal emperor realm. Han Ju thought expectantly. Immortal world, in the seas. Jing Tiangong stepped on his flying sword and advanced. In front of him was an archipelago. The immortal mist was vast and covered the sky. Countless immortal birds flew in rows and countless disciples flew around. This was the Jia school's land. Jing Tiangong flew all the way to a forest. He continued forward and knelt in front of a stone door. There was no mountain behind the stone door. It stood alone in the clearing between the trees. Jing Tiangong kowtowed and bowed. "Sect Master." He called out and waited patiently. After a long while, a hoarse voice came from the stone door. "What is it?" Jing Tian said openly, "Recently, a mighty figure called the Dark Forbidden Lord appeared in the immortal world and controlled the calamity. I don't know his background. I want to ask Sect Master to deduce." Follow new _ episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Chapter 328 About to Breakthrough, Bold Idea. Chapter 328 About to Breakthrough, Bold Idea, Dark Forbidden Lord. The Jia school sect master seemed to mutter before falling silent. Jing Tiangong waited patiently. As long as he found out who the Dark Forbidden Lord was, he could seek refuge. After a long while, not waiting for the sect master to answer, Jing Tiangong couldn't help but ask, "Sect master, have you calculated it?" The sect master's hoarse voice floated out from the stone door, "I can't deduce. His cultivation level might be higher than mine. Or maybe, there's no such person at all." Jing Tiangong was stunned. The Dark Forbidden's cultivation level was higher than the sect master. As for the last sentence, he didn't take it to heart. The Dark Forbidden Lord's legend was spread throughout the entire immortal world. He had also been cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. How could there be no such person? Jing Tiangong frowned and his heart sank. He had underestimated the Dark Forbidden Lord. Before becoming the Dark Forbidden Lord's companion, he might become the enemy. Who was not afraid of such a mighty figure hiding in the dark? For a time, Jing Tiangong panicked. "Tell me about the Dark Forbidden Lord." The sect master's voice sounded again. Jing Tiangong came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and began to explain everything he knew about the Dark Forbidden Lord. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. There has never been such a mastermind in the immortal world who stirred up the calamity with curses. Humph, it's just an unorthodox path. The Jia school's sect master snorted. He clearly did not think highly of the Dark Forbidden Lord. He continued, "Don't act recklessly. The immeasurable calamity is not a good time for the Jia school to reappear. Let's wait a little longer." Jing Tiangong was silent. Wait a little longer? How many years had he been waiting? If he waited any longer, the Jia school would disperse. 30 years later. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Kam Han-ju was finally close to the rank 7 Immortal Emperor realm. However, the Netherworld had not been peaceful recently. Battle auras often appeared near Hidden Sect Island. Han-ju asked the Black Hell Demon Lord to investigate and learned that there was a force who wanted to overthrow the rule of the Netherworld. It was still too difficult for the ambitious King of Hell to eliminate the Heavenly Emperor. First, he had to think of a way to kill his way out of the Netherworld. Han-ju felt that the Netherworld would also become a battlefield. Should he consider finding a backup location? On this day, Duan Hongchen suddenly found him. After entering the cave abode, he was very nervous and didn't dare to look at him. "What is it?" Han-ju asked. Duan Hongchen mustered his courage and asked, "Can I learn a mystical power from you?" Learning a mystical power was not only about becoming stronger but also a process of changing one's identity. Although they were both on the Hidden Sect Island and his cultivation level was still high, he felt inferior to the Hidden Sect disciples. To put it bluntly, he was still a prisoner. Han-ju asked, "What mystical power do you want to learn?" Duan Hongchen looked up in surprise, not daring to believe his ears. He didn't expect Han-ju to agree so readily. Han-ju said, "Counting the time, you've been in the Hidden Sect for a period of time. It's very rare for you to take the initiative to take a step forward. Actually, some of those disciples have the same background as you and were subdued by me. As long as you don't threaten the Hidden Sect and are willing to cultivate the Great Tao together, I'll let bygones be bygones. You don't have to be afraid that I'll do anything to you. In fact, you provoked me first. The fact that I let you live is already an expression of my goodwill." Duan Hongchen felt ashamed. He had indeed been a little reckless back then. But from the looks of it, it was not a bad thing. Although these Hidden Sect disciples were still young, they were all talented and had unlimited potential. Duan Hongchen's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars, Duan Hongqian pondered for a moment and said, I want to learn the heavenly sword Dao. Li Yao's heavenly sword Dao was indeed very strong. If he used it with his cultivation, he might be able to kill enemies at a higher cultivation level. Han Ju nodded and started to teach the heavenly sword Dao. This _ content is taken from Light Novel World. A month later. Duan Hongqian left in satisfaction. Murong Qi smiled. How about it? I told you. Grandmaster is definitely willing to teach you. Duan Hongqian also smiled. I will never forget Sect Master's favor. Just you wait. My current goal is to defeat the Black Hell Demon Lord. The Black Hell Demon Lord, who was cultivating on the mountaintop, raised his eyebrows. He suddenly felt a sense of danger. If he was surpassed by Duan Hongqian, his status would definitely decrease. He couldn't be careless. This fellow was very talented and had lived longer than him. He had to cultivate seriously. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemy. The heavenly Tao Buddha and the Demon Emperor were not dead yet. He had to curse them. As for Li Xian'eo, Han Ju only wanted to make him uncomfortable, so he didn't waste his life recklessly. After Han Ju finished cursing, he was about to continue cultivating when he suddenly frowned. He felt a divine sense sweep across Hidden Sect Island. He immediately checked the experts around the island. Xitigarbha, cultivation unknown. Buddha from the Buddhist sect. Xitigarbha. Why was this fellow here? Han Ju still remembered that Xitigarbha had a grudge against Ji Xianxian. He didn't expect that he was not only an immortal emperor. The Tao field could isolate the zenith heaven's divine sense. Xitigarbha shouldn't be able to spy on the situation in Hidden Sect Island. Soon, Xitigarbha left. After Han Ju couldn't detect him, he started the simulation trial. He fought Xitigarbha for 2 hours. This _ content is taken from Light Novel World. Although he was defeated, he felt that Xitigarbha was not that strong. It wasn't worthy of the strength of the deity realm. Could it be that this fellow was severely injured? Han Ju felt that it was possible. Otherwise, how could he have let Ji Xianxian escape back then? 10 years later. Han Ju's soul was about to transform. In other words, he was about to break through to the rank 7 immortal emperor realm. He was very satisfied with this. He was about to break through when the heavenly Tao token suddenly emitted a divine sense fluctuation. Han Ju connected his divine sense. The divine palace is preparing to launch a large-scale invasion of the netherworld. Be careful and don't get involved, the heavenly emperor reminded. Divine palace? Han Ju asked in surprise. They didn't follow the demon court to fight against the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. The heavenly emperor said, the matter of Tao's sovereign has had a huge impact on the divine palace. After the new palace master was appointed, he directly announced that he had cut ties with the demon emperor. At the same time, they will no longer fight against the heavenly court and will target the netherworld. This is also a good thing for the heavenly court. After all, the netherworld wants to target the heavenly court, so I won't stop them. Han Ju said, don't worry, they won't discover me. He thought of something and asked, Your Majesty, do you know the 9 nether purgatory? 9 nether purgatory? I know. In the past, the netherworld was the true immortal world. After the immeasurable calamity ended, the world was filled with negative karma and could not dissipate. The Tao ancestor took action and overturned yin and yang with a flip of his hand. The netherworld became the immortal world and the immortal world became the netherworld. The Tao ancestor then suppressed all negative karma under the yellow spring and the 9 nether purgatory never dispersed. You shouldn't approach it. Many powerful existences defeated by the immeasurable calamity are hidden inside. If you fall in, I won't be able to save you. The heavenly emperor's tone was very serious. Han Ju had a bold thought. Why not hide in the 9 nether purgatory? His stellar primordial body could absorb negative karma. If it could absorb the negative karma in the 9 nether purgatory. Han Ju was tempted. The idea was bold and fatalistic. If not for the negative karma in the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus, Han Ju's breakthrough speed would not be as fast as now. For more _novel, visit Light Novel World. Calm. After chatting with the Heavenly Emperor for a while, Han Ju severed his divine sense. After chatting with the Heavenly Emperor for a while, Han Ju severed his divine sense. He was interested in the 9 nether purgatory. He would break through first and then create a heavenly puppet or clone to investigate it. If he could hide in the 9 nether purgatory, it would be really easy for Han Ju to avoid the immeasurable calamity. After all, the 9 nether purgatory was equivalent to the end of the immeasurable calamity. The breakthrough of the 9 ranks of the Emperor realm was very similar. It was mainly the transformation of the soul. Han Ju entered the breakthrough state easily. 3 years later, he forcefully broke through to the rank 7 immortal Emperor realm. His dermic powers soared and his soul transformed. Han Ju checked his attributes panel as he consolidated his cultivation. Name, Han Ju, lifespan, 4111/1,300,999,999,999,999, race, immortal, stellar primordial body, cultivation, rank 7 reincarnation immortal emperor, technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering, he had 1.3 quadrillion years of lifespan. Even the round number had changed. Han Ju suddenly felt lonely. At this rate, how long would his lifespan become? Endless growth meant eternal life. He spent a year consolidating his cultivation. Compared to before, Han Ju spent even less time. It was mainly because he was already completely used to everything in the Emperor realm. I just broke through. I have to celebrate. Han Ju thought silently. He didn't plan to curse the enemy anymore. The current situation was quite good. It could buy him more time to cultivate. If he really cursed the heavenly Tao Buddha or the demon emperor to death, the balance would be broken and the calamity would intensify. It might affect his cultivation. It was fine as long as the heavenly emperor did not die. Han Ju decided to celebrate with the derivation function. He had given up on the previous question. This time, he was lucky and confident. He could ask. Han Ju thought silently, I want to know who's the strongest in this immeasurable calamity. You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Be decisive. After Han Ju made up his mind, a figure appeared in his mind. It was a white-robed man whom Han Ju had never seen before. Who was this fellow? Han Ju was puzzled. At the same time, he felt that the system was a scam. He had spent 1 billion years of his lifespan, but now he was being shown a photo. There were no words. Just as Han Ju had this thought, lines of words appeared in front of him. Zhu 2, cultivation unknown. Immeasurable Emperor, connate divine spirit. He was once the vice sect master of the Jia school. He went through 2 immeasurable calamities. He changed the heavenly secrets and altered his identity. He established the divine palace and wanted to dominate the immeasurable emperor. He wants to become the master of calamity. The founder of the divine palace. Vice sect master of the original Jia school. Another traitor. Han Ju showed a frown. He didn't expect that the divine palace actually hid existences stronger than the heavenly emperor, the heavenly Tao Buddha, and the demon emperor. It seemed that he couldn't ignore the divine palace in the future. Han Ju thought for a moment and didn't plan to curse him. Zhu 2 didn't provoke him, so he naturally wouldn't curse him. The divine palace could win the immeasurable calamity, but it was fine as long as they did not eradicate the heavenly court. The heavenly court had experienced many minor calamities but had never won once. Therefore, the heavenly emperor did not expect to win the immeasurable calamity. It was fine as long as he was alive. A heavenly Tao force like heavenly court could not survive by hiding, they had to fight for providence and make the winner wary and not dare to eradicate them. This was the foundation of their existence. Then, Han Ju started cursing the enemy. 5 days per person was not much. While cursing, he checked his emails. You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Your disciple Su Qi has entered the dark forbidden zone. Your good friend Jiang Yi was attacked by an immortal emperor and was severely injured. Your good friend Ji Xianxian has returned to the heavenly court. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by demons, X210221, because of your curse. Your enemy heavenly Tao Buddha has deepened his mental demons and has become a person facing the calamity. Your good friend Tao Sovereign was attacked by a heavenly court mighty figure. Your good friendly Tao Kong was attacked by your enemy demon emperor. Didn't Jiang Yi go to seek opportunities? Why was he beaten up? A mere immortal emperor had severely injured him. Han Ju secretly despised him. Fortunately, he didn't follow him. The deity realm of the ruins of End. It seemed very dangerous. Friend, I hope you survive. Follow me in the future. At least you won't be beaten. Han Ju had a good impression of Jiang Yi. After all, Jiang Yi had been severely injured by the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. Han Ju didn't want such a good friend to die. In addition, the heavenly Tao Buddha had also become someone facing the calamity. Han Ju didn't understand. Why were there so many people facing the calamity? Ji Xianxian was, the demon emperor was, and so was Duan Hongqian. It would happen as long as he entered the calamity. But why were the heavenly emperor, the divine general, and the others not? Han Ju thought that the people facing the calamity were the protagonists. He would wait and see. It wasn't bad for both enemies to become people facing calamity. At least, the chances of them dying were very high. Han Ju also noticed an email. Li Daokong was attacked by the demon emperor but was not severely injured. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better reading experience. This guy was something. No wonder the heavenly emperor thought so highly of him. Even a half-step Zenith Heaven cultivator can fight against an established mighty figure. He has my style. Han Ju thought silently. In the following year, Han Ju raised his sword Dao to its limits. He began to study the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus in his body. If he wanted to go to the 9 nether purgatory, he had to be surrounded by negative karma. Otherwise, once he entered the 9 nether purgatory, he would definitely be torn apart by the ghosts one after another. Han Ju felt that although the 9 nether purgatory was dangerous, it was definitely peaceful. Otherwise, how could Duan Hongqian be revived? However, he couldn't control negative karma now. He could only absorb it. Now that he was a rank 7 immortal emperor, he wanted to see if he could control the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. After so many years of absorption, the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus was already used to his aura. At least, Han Ju didn't feel it was so dangerous anymore. The universe of stars in the depths of his soul was already filled with primordial qi. Endless purple mist filled the stars. Even the reroll world was surrounded. Some cultivators had once flown out of the reroll world and wanted to leave, but they were frightened by the nebulous primordial qi. If not for Han Ju stopping them, they would have been devoured by the nebulous primordial qi and their bodies and souls would have been destroyed, turning into dust. The nebulous primordial qi's strength was related to Han Ju's cultivation. It was equivalent to his dermic powers. The dermic powers of an immortal emperor were not something that ordinary beings could touch. A year later, Han Ju finally discovered a way. The previous 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus had been suppressed in the stars and could not come into contact with the nebulous primordial chi. Now, when the nebulous primordial chi drowned the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus, the lotus petals would fade. Although the color faded very slowly, it was indeed fading. Han Ju's divine sense could enter the faded part. Just a portion that was countless times smaller than a sesame seed contained immense negative karma. Han Ju could control it and release it to wrap around his body. This was only a form of release. He couldn't use negative karma to attack the enemy. Han Ju decided to continue using the nebulous primordial chi to cleanse the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Since he couldn't expel it from his body, he would subdue it and use it for himself. At the very least, it couldn't become an unstable source of danger. Han Ju didn't have to keep an eye on the process of soaking the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus with nebulous primordial chi. He could still cultivate in peace. He needed a long time to master the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Boom! You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. A loud sound suddenly sounded. The yellow spring around Hidden Sect Island began to stir. A terrifying pressure descended and enveloped an area of tens of millions of kilometers. Chapter 330 The Magus Race Submits, Empress Hoodoo. Chapter 330 The Magus Race Submits, Empress Hoodoo. This aura is at least a rank 9 immortal emperor. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. Dao Comprehension Sword asked nervously, Master, are we running? Han Ju shook his head and said, let's wait and see. If there had been a battle here, no one would come for a long time. Han Ju checked the nearby experts. Diamond Rage, rank 9 immortal emperor. Thunder Dao Grand Magus, Green Blood Ghost Deity, rank 9 immortal emperor, Ghost Deity of the Underworld, they were indeed rank 9 immortal emperors. Han Ju immediately started the simulation trial. Not bad. They were insta-killed. Han Ju couldn't tell who was stronger and who was weaker. He could only wait and see. The battle between Diamond Rage and the Green Blood Ghost Deity did not affect Hidden Sect Island for the time being. With their cultivation levels, they couldn't sense the island's existence. Han Ju only hoped that they would leave as soon as possible. The Hidden Sect disciples were also discussing this battle. They didn't panic. Han Ju didn't control the Hidden Sect Island to escape, which meant that the enemy was not as strong as him. The Black Hell Demon Lord sighed. Recently, the Netherworld has been less and less peaceful. Fortunately, we stayed in the Yellow Spring. The Black Hell Chicken asked, Big Brother, can you defeat the fellow outside? The Black Hell Demon Lord shook his head. You're so weak. The Black Hell Chicken couldn't help but ridicule. Why did it feel like other than them, this Big Brother couldn't defeat anyone else? The Black Hell Demon Lord had been here for a long time and knew what it meant. He glared at the Black Hell Chicken. This fellow was so despicable. Ever since he had joined the Hidden Sect, the Black Hell Chicken had been disrespecting him even more. Visit Light Novel World. Com, for the best novel reading experience. Tu Linger muttered, there's an aura outside that makes me feel close. Could it be a Magus? Li Yao frowned and asked, don't tell me you want to save him. Tu Linger shook her head. I don't even know him. Why should I save him? Don't cause trouble for us. I only recognize the identity of a Hidden Sect disciple. What Magus race? All of them can go away. The others shook their heads and laughed, not refuting. After following Han Ju for a long time, they were all afraid of getting into trouble. Especially with Sun Chang'an's tragic case and the chaotic Heavenly Dog's experience, they increasingly believed that they could only obtain the Tao by imitating Han Ju. At least he was already a successful example. Until now, they had never seen Han Ju in such a sorry state. The enemies either couldn't catch up to him or were insta-killed by him. Within the 5 elements of the 3 realms, he came and went without a trace. This was a person who had achieved the Tao. The battle lasted for an hour before Diamond Rage and the Green Blood Ghost deity finally left. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't want to attack rashly. Once he insta-killed the enemy, this place would be exposed. Sigh. When could he be invincible? Han Ju couldn't help but think of the mighty figures outside the 33rd heaven. Their Tao field was there. Everyone knew, but no one dared to provoke it. No matter how crazy the Demon Emperor was, he had to stay in front of the Great Ultimate Hall. Han Ju's current goal was to become the next ancestor Shitian. After Diamond Rage and the Green Blood Ghost deity left, Hidden Sect Island returned to normal. Han Ju continued his boring cultivation life. The Hidden Sect disciples were the same. It was worth mentioning that the Black Hell Demon Lord had been stimulated by something and had begun to cultivate diligently. He often appeared in the simulation trial. Han Ju could see the scenes of the others in the simulation trial. This fellow was very hardworking, that was good. The rank 5 Immortal Emperor was very strong back then, but now, he was nothing in Han Ju's eyes. Cough cough. Visit Light Novel World. For a better user experience, he had become arrogant. During the boring cultivation sessions, Han Ju liked to play with his inner thoughts. At least, it could satisfy his psychological needs. Of course, his Tao heart could not change. If he really encountered a rank 5 Immortal Emperor enemy, Han Ju would definitely use the simulation trial first, just in case. In the blink of an eye. Another 10 years passed. The battle in the Netherworld could be considered to have completely begun. Every few months, auras would pass through the sky above Hidden Sect Island. They were strong and weak. The strongest even made Han Ju feel danger. Fortunately, Hidden Sect Island was really tiny in the Yellow Spring. With the concealment effect of the Tao field, Hidden Sect Island was not discovered. The days passed without incident. On this day, Diamond Rage was here again. He was severely injured and had fallen into the Yellow Spring. He wasn't far from Hidden Sect Island. Han Ju was stunned. What was going on? Acting pitiful. Han Ju was alerted. Diamond Rage sank deeper and deeper into the Yellow Spring. Han Ju felt that it was not a coincidence that he came here. After thinking about it, he still moved him into Hidden Sect Island. Diamond Rage had already fallen unconscious. Han Ju extracted his soul and placed it in the world of stars, using the nebulous primordial chi to suppress it. The other disciples gathered when they saw his body. Han Ju let the Black Hell Demon Lord watch the body while he returned to the Khanate cave abode. He probed the world of stars with his consciousness and discovered that the Grand Magus soul was slightly different. This soul was very weak, far weaker than a rank 9 Immortal Emperor of the same realm. It felt similar to the soul of an early-stage Emperor realm cultivator. After a long while, Diamond Rage woke up in anger and was shocked when he saw the countless stars and nebulous primordial chi around him. Thinking of something, he hurriedly shouted, "Are you fellow Daoist Han Ju?" Follow new _episodes on the Light Novel World. Platform. Han Ju's voice sounded, "You came specially to find me?" Diamond Rage heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. The Magus race was surrounded by the Netherworld. Before Mengpa died, she asked me to come and seek refuge with you. She used her great mystical power to sense that the descendant of my race was near this Yellow Spring. I don't know her exact location and could only come here. I couldn't hold on any longer when I first arrived. Han Ju immediately checked his interpersonal relationships. Meng Po's portrait changed. Her face seemed to have become younger, but he could tell that it was very similar to the past. Empress Hudu, cultivation unknown. Khanate ancestral Magus, Lord of Reincarnation. She is hidden in the netherworld and holds the responsibility of reincarnation. Her wish is to strengthen the Magus race. Current favorability, 3 stars, Empress Hudu. Hanju showed a frown. From the looks of it, Mengpa had really died. After the clone died, the favorability would become the favorability of the main body. Hanju asked, the Magus race was destroyed by the netherworld. Diamond Rage said angrily, our Magus race is already struggling at death's door. We rely on the protection of the reincarnation order to survive. The King of Hell and the Divine Palace Master, Zhu Tu, have joined forces to break through the reincarnation providence. Although Empress Hudu has remarkable abilities, she was restrained by some force and cannot protect us. In our race, only I have escaped. Hanju frowned even harder. How troublesome. So troublesome. Hanju was worried that the enemy would follow Diamond Rage to find him. This was not good. Before Mengpa died, she asked me to tell you that as long as you can protect me and Tu Linger, she will definitely help you in the future and become your backing. Diamond Rage continued. Hanju was speechless. Even Empress Hudu is being held back. How can she be my backing? However, Mengpa treated him quite well. Before she died, she entrusted him with something, so he could not refuse. Hanju said, stay here first. I'll let you out after a while. Thank you. Diamond Rage has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 5 stars, such a high favorability. It didn't seem like a lie. Hanju looked at Diamond Rage's introduction. He was indeed not lying. Then again. How strong must Empress Hutu be if she was the Lord of Reincarnation? Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better user experience read at Wuxia World. EU. Chapter 331 Reincarnation of the Purple Emperor Star, Darkness Sect. Chapter 331 Reincarnation of the Purple Emperor Star, Darkness Sect. Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. He wrapped the hidden sect island with his dermic powers and controlled the island to quickly fly away. Hidden Sect Island was like a grain of sand in the yellow spring. It moved quickly, like lightning, covering millions of miles in the blink of an eye. An hour later, Hanju felt that he had arrived at the ends of the netherworld before stopping. This netherworld was really huge. It seemed endless. Hanju waited cautiously, afraid that Diamond Rage's enemies would catch up. Several days later, Hanju felt the aura of battle again. It was 10 million miles away from Hidden Sect Island. He felt the aura of immortal emperors. The battle lasted for a day and a night before it dispersed. Hidden Sect Island was not attacked. The netherworld was really becoming more and more chaotic. If even the netherworld was like this, it was hard to imagine how chaotic the immortal world was. A full 10 years passed. After confirming that Diamond Rage wouldn't attract trouble, Hanju released his soul and returned it to his body. Diamond Rage was very excited to see Tu Linger. It was as if he had met an old friend from a foreign land. His eyes were watery. Tu Linger didn't like it and ignored him. Hanju said, from now on, you will stay on Hidden Sect Island and cultivate. You're not allowed to leave the island. If you do, I will immediately leave with this island. At that time, don't even think about asking me to save you. Diamond Rage nodded. Hanju pulled him into the simulation trial and the two fought. Diamond Rage was insta-killed. He was shocked. He remembered that Mengpa had said that Hanju only had special methods and was not strong. He was a rank 9 immortal emperor. But he was insta-killed. The source of this chapter, Light Novel World. He could feel that he could unleash his full strength in the simulation trial, just like in reality. It was just that Hanju was too fast. He felt the horror of facing a deity realm mighty figure. He respected Hanju more and more. At the same time, he developed a fanatical interest in the simulation trial. The Magi were born as combatants. In order to let him immerse himself in this, Han Ju opened up some opponents. They were all immortal emperors from the Great Ultimate Hall. However, Diamond Rage was most passionate about fighting the Green Blood Ghost deity because he had previously lost to him. With the addition of Diamond Rage, the hidden sect became stronger again. The Black Hell Demon Lord and Duan Hongqian felt the pressure and cultivated even more seriously. There were no 4 seasons in the Netherworld, but time continued to pass. As the battle in the Netherworld raged, the order of reincarnation collapsed. The Bridge of Forgetfulness could no longer be used for reincarnation. In the 2 realms of living and dead, the number of wandering ghosts increased greatly. Han Ju clearly felt the negative karma in the world increasing. The so-called negative karma was the resentment created by slaughter, and it transformed into a form of karma. Evil was punished because of negative karma. Being surrounded by negative karma was equivalent to being cursed by ghosts. Year after year passed. 30 years passed quickly. On this day, after Han Ju told Dao Comprehension Sword to go out, he took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemy while checking his emails. Your good friend Dao Sovereign was attacked by a divine palace mighty figure. Your good friendly Dao Kong was attacked by your enemy Heavenly Dao Buddha. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a demon immortal emperor and his body was destroyed. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved him. Your good friend Zhou Fan accidentally entered the ancient forbidden zone and obtained the inheritance of the slaughter god. His providence has transformed. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by demons, X120982, your grand disciple Fang Liang has fallen into the great swamp of dreams. His soul has traveled to the primordial era. Your good friend Ji Xianchen was attacked by a divine palace cultivator, X459003. The source of this chapter, Light Novel World. Your good friend Ji Xianchen has grasped heavenly thunder. His cultivation has increased greatly. Han Ju frowned. Why was Li Dao Kong attacked by the heavenly Dao Buddha? Weren't the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect allies? Li Dao Kong was really strong. He was attacked by the demon emperor and the heavenly Dao Buddha, but he was not severely injured. How terrifying would this fellow be after stepping into the zenith heaven realm? As expected of the strongest sword Dao in the immortal world. Han Ju also noticed that Fang Liang's soul had actually been sent to the primordial era. Did he really transmigrate, or was it just his consciousness? Was he dreaming? Han Ju checked his interpersonal relationships. Fang Liang's introduction didn't change or become another name. He could only pray that nothing happened to him. A month later. He continued to cultivate. At this moment, he felt something and took out the heavenly Dao token. It burned and trembled again. His providence had increased again. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Detected bearer of Connate Providence, check its origin. Connate Providence. It had been a long time since this had last appeared. The last time it appeared was when Duan Hongqian showed up, as a person who would face the calamity. Han Ju immediately checked. Lu Huaxiu, early stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal Realm, Purple Star Emperor, reincarnation of a Zenith Heaven Emperor. He was once one of the 4 extreme emperors of the Heavenly Court. He reincarnated with the supreme treasure, the Heavenly Dao Purple Emperor Spear. The Purple Emperor Spear is his soul. The two cannot be separated. His talent is powerful. He reached the Grand Unity Earth Immortal Realm in less than 300 years and awakened the Purple Emperor Star Dao Fruit. Reincarnated Zenith Heaven. So awesome. Wait. Follow current_novel on Light Novel World. Heavenly Court's 4 extreme emperors. Han Ju frowned. Could it be the Heavenly Emperor's arrangement? After the Heavenly Dao token calmed down, Han Ju picked it up and started to contact the Heavenly Emperor. The 4 extreme emperors. Why are you suddenly asking about them? The Heavenly Emperor asked curiously. Han Ju didn't hide anything and told him about the reincarnation of the Purple Emperor star to the reroll world. The Heavenly Emperor fell silent. After a long while, the Heavenly Emperor said softly, "The four extreme emperors are actually on the same level as me in the Heavenly Court. It's just that I'm in charge. Among them, the Purple Star Emperor is the most ambitious and has never been convinced by me. Although he came to support me once, I haven't seen him since that time. I didn't expect him to have already died and reincarnated into your mortal world. He was probably attracted by the providence of the reroll world during his reincarnation. The current reroll world was ranked extremely high on the Heavenly Tao tablet. It could already be ranked in the top 100 in the mortal worlds below the Heavenly Tao. It was indeed possible that the Purple Star Emperor had chosen the reroll world by chance. Han Ju asked, "How should I face him?" "Let nature take its course. You can't suppress him in advance. Otherwise, it will stimulate the Zenith Heaven Tao fruit hidden in the depths of his soul. A Zenith Heaven powerhouse can only perish in the calamity or be killed by a sage. If you offend him, you will definitely die." "Fine." Han Ju didn't expect Lu Huaxiu to be so fierce. "Is this a Zenith Heaven? I must reach it." Han Ju changed the topic and asked, "How's the Heavenly Court recently? The Buddhist sect didn't betray you, right?" The Heavenly Emperor said, "The conflict has always been there, but there's no great danger. The Buddhist sect is now controlled by the Divine Might Buddha and is still working with the Heavenly Court. However, the Heavenly Tao Buddha has become fiendish. Not long ago, he broke through the Buddhist sect suppression and began to act recklessly in the immortal world. The Heavenly Court, the Demon Court, the Divine Palace, and even the Buddhist sect were attacked by him. Sigh, the mighty Buddha actually ended up in such a state. What a pity. That damned dark forbidden lord is intolerable under the Heavenly Tao." Han Ju almost vomited blood. "Your Majesty, I did this for you. Everyone in the world can scold me, but you can't." Han Ju cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to tell the truth. He could only accompany the Heavenly Emperor and scold the Dark Forbidden Lord as well. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better reading experience. Speaking of the Dark Forbidden Lord, he's gaining more and more believers. They have even gathered in the immortal world to form the Darkness sect, preparing to fight for the providence together and curry favor with the Dark Forbidden Lord. Among them, the most powerful is the Azura race. They've Zenith Heaven existences. They were born after the first immeasurable calamity of the Heavenly Tao. Although they were never powerful, they have always been alive, the Heavenly Emperor continued. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Chapter 332 Changing Fate, Opening of the Yellow Spring. Chapter 332 Changing Fate, Opening of the Yellow Spring. What the hell? Darkness sect. Azura race. Han Ju almost died of anger. It looked like the Azura race was fanatic about him, but in fact, they were clearly using the name of the Dark Forbidden Lord to cause trouble. No way. Han Ju didn't receive any benefits from them. Han Ju asked, "Who is their leader? What's his name?" The Heavenly Emperor replied, "They just changed leaders. His name is Xue Mingyi. He just escaped from the Netherworld's 9 Nether Purgatory not long ago." Xue Mingyi. Han Ju raised his eyebrows and said, "Your Majesty, do you know Ancestor Mingyi?" "I don't know." The Heavenly Emperor's answer disappointed him. This Xianxia world had many similarities to the legends of his previous world and the online novels, but they were actually different. In short, it was the difference in the timeline. Ancestor Shitian had survived 9 immeasurable calamities. The current Heavenly Emperor also came into power after Hao Tian. It was unknown which Heavenly Emperor he was. Han Ju stopped thinking. Regardless of whether it was related to the mythologies he knew, it had nothing to do with him. As for the earth in his previous life, he wasn't too concerned about it. He didn't have the obsession of a transmigrator. If he had the chance to return, he could go back and take a look. But he didn't have the determination to return no matter what. Han Ju only wanted to cultivate immortality and live forever. Soon, the Heavenly Emperor severed his divine sense connection. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started to educate Xue Mingyi. He didn't curse too much. He only cursed for 5 days to teach him a lesson. Han Ming's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 2 stars. Han Ju looked at the notification and was indifferent. The source of this _chapter, Light Novel World. This kid's favorability towards him kept decreasing or increasing randomly. He was simply crazy. Han Ju didn't want to have anything to do with him. The two of them hadn't grown up relying on each other. In the underworld of the netherworld, the King of Hell sat on a ghost chair expressionlessly and stared at a black shadow in the hall. "Who are you?" the King of Hell asked in a low voice. The black shadow smiled. "My identity isn't important. What's important is what I can obtain for the King of Hell. How can this king trust you? In 10 years, sweep through the Buddhist factions in the netherworld. I'll inform you in advance to show my sincerity." "Oh. Then, what do you want?" "The Yellow Spring." The King of Hell narrowed his eyes. He asked with a faint smile, "You want the 9 nether purgatory? It seems that your identity is not simple. You can't be related to Xue Mingyi, right?" The black shadow smiled. "Don't worry. I have no relationship with the 9 nether purgatory. I just want to use it. I won't touch the netherworld in the future. My goal is the immortal world." The King of Hell fell into deep thought. He had indeed been troubled by the Buddhist factions led by Xitigarbha recently. If he couldn't purge the netherworld, how could he dare to attack the heavenly court without worry? Damn the Buddhist sect. They were determined to ally with the heavenly court. The King of Hell said, "All right, sure. I agree." The black shadow vanished like smoke, leaving only one sentence: "King of Hell, you will soon unite the netherworld. Immortal world, Kunlun." In the mountains, above a huge lake, Long Hao meditated in midair. Endless immortal chi rose along the surface of the lake and poured into his body. A middle-aged Taoist stood by the lake, stroking his beard as he looked at him. "Very good. The hope of the Chan school's revival can fall on this kid." The latest episodes are on the Light Novel World. Com website. The middle-aged Taoist smiled. With that said, a Tao child appeared beside him. He looked to be 5 or 6 years old. His face was exquisite and cute, making it impossible to tell if he was male or female. The Tao child said, "Master, the heavenly court sent someone to visit. They said that it's Long Hao's elder brother, Long Jun." The middle-aged Taoist smiled. "Let him wait. Tell him that Hao is comprehending the mystical power of the Chan school." The Tao child was stunned and couldn't help but ask, "Master, he's from the heavenly court. Do you trust him so much?" Long Hao was in a state of enlightenment and could not hear the outside world. The middle-aged Taoist smiled. The heavenly court is a force supported by the Tao sect. It's good that the Chan school and the heavenly court join forces. The heavenly court controls the myriad worlds. The Chan school can teach as much as we want. Isn't this the best outcome? The Tao child was silent. The middle-aged Taoist continued, "By the way, investigate Hao's sect. He has a mysterious master. I can't deduce it. He probably has a powerful background." The Tao child nodded and disappeared. Boom! Thunderclouds gathered above as the oppressive heavenly might enveloped Kunlun. The middle-aged Taoist suddenly looked up and frowned. Kunlun is a heavenly Tao-blessed land. How can it attract the heavenly tribulation unless he carries the burden of great karma? But why can't I sense his great negative karma? Wait. Could it be hidden in the depths of his soul? The middle-aged Taoist's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand and swiped his index finger across his eyes, then his pupils turned into a pair of purple crescent moons. 10 years passed. While cultivating, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemy. Tao Comprehension Sword had been outside the cave for the past few years. She had been studying the heavenly sword Tao with Li Yao, and both had improved. Diamond Rage had completely integrated into the hidden sect. The one who had the best relationship with him was not Tu Linger, but the Black Hell Chicken. No one bothered with him when he first entered. Only the Black Hell Chicken kept mocking him. At first, he was very unhappy. 10 years later, he actually liked the Black Hell Chicken's tone. It was mainly because the Black Hell Chicken dared to scold anyone. It was quick when it should admit defeat and always made him laugh. As Han Ju cursed, he could still hear the Black Hell Chicken and the chaotic Heavenly Dog cursing. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your good friendly Dao Kong was attacked by your enemy Demon Emperor. Read at Wuxia World. EU, your good friendly Dao Kong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has defied heaven and changed his fate. The heavenly Dao does not tolerate it and his providence has weakened. Your good friend Dao Sovereign was attacked by your enemy Li Xianao. Your good friend Ji Xianshan killed the divine beast Azure Dragon. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Jiang Yi was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. His life was hanging by a thread. Fortunately, a mysterious mighty figure saved him. Your good friend Han Ming was possessed. His soul was imprisoned in a Dharma treasure and he is enduring torture. The new protagonist had arrived. Li Dao Kong. He was really stubborn. He fought every 10 years with big shots. What was going on with Fang Liang changing his fate? Han Ju was a little worried, afraid that something would happen to him. He still liked Fang Liang very much, second only to Morong Qi. However, this kid's fate was full of trouble. He had Zhou Fan's intentions. Speaking of Zhou Fan, this fellow had been very active recently. His cultivation level had reached the Grand Unity True Immortal realm. Of course, it wasn't worth mentioning in the immortal world. Han Ju noticed that his loyal reader Jiang Yi was severely injured again. How tragic. As for Han Ming, why was he possessed? Han Ju instinctively smelled a conspiracy. Would the possessed Han Ming come to him and successfully obtain his trust before waiting for an opportunity to kill him? The more Han Ju thought about it, the more likely it was. At this moment, he felt the yellow spring outside the island stir. Duan Hongchen came to the cave abode and asked to see him. Han Ju let him in. Sect Master, something bad has happened. Someone is opening the barrier to the 9 nether purgatory. Duan Hongchen said anxiously. Han Ju said, so be it. Won't they die if they go in? Duan Hongchen said, I suspect that he doesn't want to go in but wants to release the ghosts in the 9 nether purgatory. At that time, the entire yellow spring will become a teleportation formation. We will definitely be affected. The latest episodes are on the light novel world. Com website. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Chapter 333 Buddha taking in the Emperor, plotting against the past. Chapter 333 Buddha taking in the Emperor, plotting against the past. Someone wanted to release all the ghosts in the 9 nether purgatory. Han Ju frowned. He had a bold idea. If all the ghosts in the 9 hells purgatory ran out, could he take this opportunity to hide in it? No. If the mighty figure took action, put the ghosts back in, and blocked the entrance, wouldn't he be a sitting duck? Han Ju said, we'll see. During this period of time, pay more attention to the movements of the yellow spring. If there's really no way, we can just leave the netherworld. I have a mystical power that allows me to directly jump out of the netherworld. Duan Hongchen was relieved. He didn't expect him to stop this as long as he had a way to survive. Han Ju continued cultivating. He didn't care about the commotion in the Yellow Spring. Even the divine sense of a Zenith Heaven Realm expert couldn't spy on the Dao field. To discover Hidden Sect Island, one had to have heaven-defying luck. Several months passed. Han Ju, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. He could feel a very strong aura rising from the depths of the Yellow Spring. A mighty figure had appeared. Han Ju waited nervously. He felt the powerful enemies around Hidden Sect Island, but he couldn't detect them. They were not close enough. For the next period of time, the entire netherworld was filled with terrifying killing intent. 7 years later. The white-robed Buddha called Han Ju in the reroll world. After asking via voice transmission, he discovered that the white-robed Buddha wanted to recommend him a disciple. It was Lu Huaxiu. This child's talent is unparalleled. If we nurture him well, he will definitely become a powerful expert of the hidden sect in the future. Letting him stay in the reroll world is a little degrading, the white-robed Buddha said excitedly. Han Ju remained silent. Lu Huaxiu. The reincarnation of the Purple Star Emperor. Zenith Heaven. If he brought a Zenith Heaven into the Hidden Sect Island, would there be danger? On second thought, no. The reroll world was in the depths of his soul. Lu Huaxiu was also in the Hidden Sect Island. Since that was the case, he would accept him. There was more than one Zenith Heaven in Hidden Sect Island. The Heavenly Tao Buddha was a Zenith Heaven. How could the Supreme Buddha not be a Zenith Heaven? This _ content is taken from Light Novel World. Han Ju said, "Sure, I'll take him away directly." He immediately locked onto Lu Huaxiu. Lu Huaxiu was in front of the white-robed Buddha. Han Ju directly moved him out of the reroll world and into the Khanate cave abode. Upon seeing him, Lu Huaxiu hurriedly knelt down and said nervously, "Greetings, Senior." Although he had awakened his talent, he had yet to regain his Zenith Heaven consciousness. Han Ju nodded and sent a voice transmission to a disciple. Soon, Chu Shuren entered the cave abode. "From today onwards, he's your disciple." Han Ju was expressionless, but he was looking forward to it. Supreme Buddha took in the Purple Star Emperor. Let's see who can suppress who in the future. Han Ju wasn't afraid of them joining forces. The Supreme Buddha wished that all living beings would give up cultivating. He would definitely not be on good terms with the inherently strong Purple Star Emperor. Chu Shuren was pleasantly surprised. He had finally taken in another disciple. He was tired of Zhou Mingyue. "Yes, Grandmaster." Chu Shuren hurriedly thanked him. Lu Huaxiu hesitated. Han Ju waved his hand and gestured for them to leave. Chu Shuren happily pulled Lu Huaxiu away. However, his nightmare began. Lu Huaxiu's talent was not something that the reincarnated demon Saint Zhou Mingyue could compare to. The immortal Qi of Hidden Sect Island had also surpassed the reroll world. Lu Huaxiu was like a fish in water, so his cultivation progressed rapidly. In order to suppress him, Chu Shuren had no choice but to cultivate seriously. Previously, when he suppressed Zhou Mingyue, he could still slack off. However, when facing Lu Huaxiu, he really didn't dare to. It would be too embarrassing if his cultivation was surpassed by his disciple. Lu Huaxiu's presence also brought pressure to the other disciples. They were all curious. Where did this fellow come from? He was like another Long Hao. 3 years later, the 10-year period arrived. Han Ju habitually cursed the enemy and checked his emails. In the past 10 years, there was nothing special about the emails. Han Ju didn't catch any important information either. Try the Light Novel World. Platform _ for the most advanced _ reading experience. After cursing, Han Ju took out the Heavenly Tao token and contacted the Heavenly Emperor to ask about the situation in the Netherworld. The Heavenly Emperor said helplessly, "You're really cowardly. You're asking me about the Netherworld when you're there. Could it be that you've been hiding and didn't go out at all?" "That's right. It's easy to die outside. You didn't offend anyone. What are you afraid of? With your cultivation level, if there's no grudge or hatred between you, no one will take the initiative to kill you." The Heavenly Emperor was telling the truth. After reaching the Emperor realm, if he wanted to kill an immortal emperor, there was a high chance that he would attract trouble. If an immortal emperor had a remnant soul in his hometown, killing him completely would be impossible. Han Ju said, "What if? There are always stubborn and reckless people. Even if their cultivation is high, they're also reckless. For example, Zhou Fan, Ji Xianxian, Jiang Yi, and others." The Heavenly Emperor snorted. "What nonsense are you spouting? Forget it. I know that a mysterious existence has opened the 9 nether purgatory. Now, he's fighting against the divine palace with the netherworld. The battle in the netherworld is still ongoing. A mysterious existence. Another variable. I'll say it again. If you want to come to the heavenly court, come at any time. I still have something to do. The heavenly god general has encountered a tough opponent. I have to go and take a look." With that, the Heavenly Emperor hurriedly severed his divine sense. He hung up. Han Ju started to think. "I want to know who opened the 9 nether purgatory. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? A mere 100 million. I have a lifespan of a quadrillion years." Han Ju secretly felt disdain and chose to continue. Soon, a figure appeared in his mind. Wasn't this the founder of the Divine Palace, Zhu Tu? He was once the vice-sect master of the Jie school and was now the strongest person in the immeasurable calamity. What happened? This fellow joined forces with the Netherworld to attack the Divine Palace he created? Could it be that he had been betrayed by the Divine Palace before, or was he acting with it? Read at Wuxia World. Han Ju favored the latter. This fellow was the #1 in the immeasurable calamity. It was as easy as flipping his palm to control the Divine Palace. The Divine Palace couldn't be underestimated. This was the script of a winner. A new overlord who had never experienced the immeasurable calamity gathered countless geniuses. Their providence was comparable to that of an old overlord. No matter how one looked at it, there was a high chance that the Divine Palace would win the immeasurable calamity. If it was before, Han Ju wouldn't mind if they won. But now that the Heavenly Court and the Divine Palace were mortal enemies, he couldn't let them win. Should I curse Zhu Tu? Han Ju thought silently. No. This fellow was the #1 person in the immeasurable calamity. He couldn't curse him rashly. He had to think about it after the Book of Misfortune leveled up. He had to find a chance to inform the Heavenly Emperor about this and let him be prepared. Han Ju shook his head and prepared to continue cultivating. Detected that a mysterious existence is plotting to harm you. Do you want to use the Dao field function to enhance the Dao field of the past? A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. He was stunned. What the hell? He quickly chose to use it. The current Dao field could block a Zenith Heaven powerhouse's divine sense. If it was augmented on the past Dao field, it should be able to block the mysterious enemy. He was just afraid that the other party was stronger than Zenith Heaven. Who wants to plot against me? Han Ju's first reaction was Fang Liang, who had gone into the primordial era. However, Fang Liang had gone too far back into the past. Why should I guess? Let's derive it. Han Ju cursed silently and hurriedly used the derivation function. After finding out who it was, he would directly curse and force the other party to retreat. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. The moment Han Ju thought of this, a figure appeared in his mind. He had a strange expression. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better user experience. Why is it him? You're courting death. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Chapter 334 Rage of the Demon Emperor, Jade Slip of Creation. Chapter 334 Rage of the Demon Emperor, Jade Slip of Creation. Void Emperor. The person who traveled through time and went to the past to harm Han Ju was the son of the Demon Emperor, Void Emperor. Han Ju remembered this guy. Previously, in the Great Ultimate Hall, this fellow bumped into him and even developed hatred towards him. After finding the real murderer, Han Ju started cursing the Void Emperor without another word. As he cursed, he thought curiously, the system can defend against enemies who cross time. A line of words appeared in front of him. The system can only guard against enemies on the current timeline. In other words, the Void Emperor had only gone back recently. Could the system guard against future enemies? That depends on whether you have the system in the future or whether you are willing to help the current you. In other words, Han Ju could only deal with the enemies at the current time. He couldn't help but ponder. If he encountered an enemy stronger than Zenith Heaven, the system might not be able to protect him. However, an existence that surpassed the Zenith Heaven realm needed more time to deal with him. They could just kill him. Then again, how could the Void Emperor transmigrate into the past and be certain that it was him? Even the Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Buddha could not. Most importantly, Han Ju didn't receive any notification that his hatred points had increased. This was very strange. Scarlet Cloud World. The black-robed Void Emperor quickly shuttled through the air. He frowned and muttered, "The supreme treasure shows that the Dark Forbidden Lord was born in this mortal world, but why can't my divine sense find him? This is already the earliest time the Dark Forbidden Lord appeared. Could it be that the Dark Forbidden Lord is very weak and only became the Dark Forbidden Lord because of a certain Dharma treasure? The entire mortal world was weak. The strongest was only at the Mahayana realm. Oh, and some loose immortals hiding in the dark." At this moment, the Void Emperor felt a terrifying curse attack. He was only a rank 9 immortal emperor, and the Book of Misfortune was a deity realm numinous treasure. How could he block it? New chapters are published on Light Novel World. He was so frightened that he hurriedly found a place to hide and circulated his energy to heal his injuries. Han Ju hated him so much. How could he let him relax? 5 days later, Han Ju's lifespan began to decrease. During this period of time, the Void Emperor had no time to find the Dark Forbidden Lord. He could only circulate his cultivation technique to block the curse. Unfortunately, he still couldn't block it in the end. He kept vomiting blood. His cultivation even began to weaken and showed signs of decreasing. The other party is definitely a Zenith Heaven. He deduced that I have crossed time. No, he might be stronger. The Void Emperor was terrified and did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately jumped into the passage and wanted to return to the original timeline. He bled along the way, splattering his demon blood everywhere, harming countless mortals. Even Grand Unity Golden Immortals could not withstand the blood of immortal emperors. In the end, the Void Emperor returned to his chamber in the Demon Court. He was flustered and his body began to bleed as he quickly rushed out of the hall. A minute later, he barged into the Demon Emperor Palace. The Demon Emperor, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and shouted with killing intent, "What are you doing?" The Void Emperor knelt in front of him and shouted in fear, "Father, save me. The Dark Forbidden Lord wants to kill me." The Demon Emperor was shocked. He hurriedly went forward and used his dermic powers to heal him. Boom! The Void Emperor's body exploded. Blood splattered all over the ground and onto the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor's expression darkened. He used his dermic powers to protect the Void Emperor's soul. The Void Emperor's consciousness was already extremely blurry, and he couldn't even speak. Han Ju really had the intention to kill. He cursed with all his might. He himself had also suffered severe backlashes. Dark Forbidden Lord, the Demon Emperor's eyes flickered with dense killing intent. It was this fellow again. The Demon Emperor hated the Dark Forbidden Lord the most now. Even his most precious son was targeted by him. How could he tolerate it? At this moment, the curse power began to strengthen again. The Void Emperor's soul began to tremble and could explode at any moment. The Demon Emperor suppressed his anger and continued to protect his son. On the other side. Updated _ at Light Novel World. Calm in the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju was already bleeding from his 7 apertures. His lifespan had decreased by 1 billion years, but he had yet to curse the Void Emperor to death. I want to see how long you can last. Han Ju's expression was cold. The black light emitted by the Book of Misfortune shone on his face, making him look extremely cold. This fellow didn't care about morals and actually traveled to the past to mess with him. How could he tolerate that? He had to die. 1. 2 billion years of lifespan. 1. 5 billion years of lifespan. 2 billion years of lifespan. 2. 5 billion years of lifespan. Han Ju finally saw the image of the Void Emperor disappear. At the same time, he saw 2 emails. Because of your curse, your enemy Void Emperor died. His soul was destroyed. Your enemy Demon Emperor suffered a backlash because he resisted your curse. His mental demons have increased greatly. The Demon Emperor was also around. Wait. Could it be that the Demon Emperor had brought the Void Emperor along or had followed him? Han Ju showed a frown. However, the Void Emperor's hatred for him did not increase. This meant that the Void Emperor was not targeting him personally, but his identity. Could it be that they were targeting the Dark Forbidden Lord? The more Han Ju thought about it, the more likely it was. However, he had to be wary of the Demon Emperor. Han Ju put down the Book of Misfortune and started to heal his injuries. He asked in his heart, did the Void Emperor transmigrate over to find the Dark Forbidden Lord? 10,000 years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, 10,000 years of lifespan was exchanged for 1 word. Helpless, Han Ju continued asking. Does the Demon Emperor know that I killed his son? Visit Light Novel World. For the best novel _ reading experience, 100,000 years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Void Emperor and the Demon Emperor were only targeting the Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Ju continued to ask, how did the Void Emperor track down the Dark Forbidden Lord? 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. It concerned his life. He had to ask. At this moment, Han Ju felt the world spin. Immediately after, he arrived in a dark palace. The Void Emperor sat on a mat with a jade slip floating in front of him. The Void Emperor said, I want to know where the Dark Forbidden Lord is. Who is he? The jade slip revolved, and a hoarse voice sounded from within. The jade slip of creation can only be used once. After using it, the jade will melt. Are you sure you want to use it? Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Why did it sound like a system? The Void Emperor gritted his teeth and said, I want to use it. Father has already been driven mad by the Dark Forbidden Lord. I can't wait anymore. The jade slip of creation revolved faster. After a while, it slowed down. The hoarse voice sounded, I can't deduce the Dark Forbidden Lord. That name might not be real, but given by all living beings. There's no karma between the Dark Forbidden Lord and the main body for the time being. The Void Emperor was shocked. Can we really not find him? The jade slip of creation can deduce the time when the Dark Forbidden Lord was born. After all, the Dark Forbidden Lord used a curse to become famous. The Jade Slip of Creation can deduce the curse origin. As for the exact location, it's impossible to determine. You have to figure it out. Alright, tell me quickly, the Void Emperor urged. The Jade Slip of Creation transformed into a green light and entered the Void Emperor's mind. Immediately after, everything around him shattered and Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality. Jade Slip of Creation. Fortunately, it was a one-time consumable item. However, there should be more than one Jade Slip of Creation. How many did the Demon Emperor have? Han Ju felt a strong sense of danger. No. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Platform. He had to think of a way to kill the Demon Emperor. Otherwise, there would be no peace in the future. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Chapter 335 Heavenly Court Support, Confidant. Chapter 335 Heavenly Court Support, Confidant. The Demon Emperor was a zenith heaven, after all. He was the overlord of a force. It was almost impossible to curse him to death. Han Ju had to think of something else. It would be good if he could urge the various major factions to besiege the Demon Court. As for whether this would harm the living beings under the Demon Court, Han Ju didn't care at all. As long as they joined a faction, they should be ready to face a life-and-death crisis. If they wanted peace and stability, they should hide like Han Ju. Besides, under the heavenly Tao, other than mortals, whose hands were not covered in blood. Han Ju stopped thinking and continued healing his injuries. In any case, the Demon Emperor didn't know that he was the one who had caused the death of the Void Emperor. Trouble wouldn't find him in a short period of time. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing while checking his emails. Your good friendly Dao Kong was attacked by your enemy Demon Emperor. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by your enemy Demon Emperor. He was severely injured. Your disciple Long Hao was attacked by Chan School Cultivators, X871, your grand disciple Fong Liang's soul has returned to his body. His providence has increased greatly. He has welcomed a nirvana tribulation that is hard to come by in 10 million years. Your good friend Ji Xianxian was attacked by the Golden Crow Divine Clan, X3009, your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by demons, X322291, your good friend Zhou Fan's negative karma has increased greatly. He has entered the Tao of killing and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Imo Fuzhou was attacked by demons, X208712. The Demon Emperor went berserk again. Han Ju was puzzled. Didn't the Heavenly Emperor say that existences at their level could not attack? You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Platform. Could it be that they couldn't attack each other? As they watched, many people were attacked by the Demon Emperor. It was worth mentioning that they were not dead. It seemed that the Demon Emperor was not strong enough. This was also good. If the Demon Emperor courted death, he would die sooner or later. A month later. Han Ju took out the Heavenly Tao token and contacted the Heavenly Emperor to ask about the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Emperor said helplessly, if you're so concerned about the Heavenly Court, why aren't you here? Or are you afraid that we'll collapse? Han Ju said, I'm indeed very afraid. I hope that you can become stronger. Humph. It's impossible for the Heavenly Court to collapse. How many immeasurable calamities has it been? When has the Heavenly Court ever collapsed? Even if the Heavenly Court weakens, the next immeasurable calamity will definitely be a chance for us to rise. Why? Because the Heavenly Court was established by the Tao Ancestor. Is the Tao Ancestor still protecting us? This, cough cough, how can I trouble him usually? Han Ju could hear the guilt in the Heavenly Emperor's tone. Presumably, the Heavenly Court and the Tao Ancestor had already drifted apart. Otherwise, the heavenly court wouldn't have been attacked by so many forces. Han Ju felt that the four overlords of the immortal world had been taking turns to be beaten by the other three. He didn't know if it was true or not. "Is your relationship with Ji Xianxian still good?" the heavenly emperor suddenly asked. Han Ju said, "I saved his life before. It should be good." "What's wrong?" The heavenly emperor said, "There's something wrong with this child. He's clearly a mortal, but his providence is becoming stronger and stronger. He's showing the trend of a peerless prodigy. There's a high chance that he will become someone who will face the calamity. If he can survive, he will progress smoothly, but most of the people who face the calamity will die. Often, only a small number will survive and become a heavenly Tao mighty figure." Han Ju raised his eyebrows. From the looks of it, if Ji Xianxian survived the immeasurable calamity, he would be the next heavenly emperor or heavenly Tao Buddha. It was very possible. If this fellow didn't die even after being so reckless, he probably wouldn't die later. New_chapters are published on Light Novel World. Han Ju suddenly had a headache. When Ji Xianxian became a mighty figure of the world, he would definitely come to spar with him often. At that time, Han Ju wouldn't be able to kill him. It would be very annoying. Cough cough. He was thinking too far ahead. Han Ju asked curiously, "Your Majesty, with your cultivation, how long do you think this immeasurable calamity will last?" The heavenly emperor smiled. "This is nothing. At the peak of the calamity, the myriad worlds will be covered by negative karma. That's the true beginning. Now, it's only the preparation process." Han Ju was speechless. Preparation process? The netherworld was about to be destroyed. Ever since the 9 nether purgatory was opened, Han Ju clearly felt that something was wrong with the netherworld. The grudge was too heavy and was constantly transforming into negative karma. In time, it would definitely fill the entire netherworld. At that time, Han Ju really couldn't go out. The heavenly emperor chatted with him for a while more and asked about his cultivation situation before cutting off his divine sense connection. He continued to cultivate. His cultivation couldn't fall behind. Next, he had to rush to become a rank 8 immortal emperor. Now, Han Ju already felt that the emperor realm was too weak. He had to reach the deity realm as soon as possible. It should be very difficult for him to die after reaching the deity realm. Seeing how arrogant and annoyingly Xian'eo was, it was like no one could kill him. Heavenly Court, by the heavenly river. Ji Xianxian meditated and cultivated. Beside him stood a sinister and terrifying spear. The spear had occupied a third of the entire weapon. It was curved like a snake and was sharp and cold. A figure flew over. It was Fang Liang. Fang Liang smiled. "Long time no see." Ji Xianxian opened his eyes and glanced at him. Then, he stood up and smiled. "You're actually still alive." The two of them had once traveled to an alternate world together and formed a close relationship. He felt that Fang Liang had changed. He had become even older. He couldn't see through him now. The current Fang Liang was no longer the handsome youth from back then. His hair was slightly messy and stubble could be seen by the corner of his mouth. His eyes revealed a faint sorrow. "I did die a few times. Fortunately, I was lucky and survived. What about you?" Fang Liang smiled faintly. Ji Xianxian also smiled. "I also died a few times but survived as well." New_chapters are published on Light Novel World. Their eyes met and both of them understood what the other had experienced. They couldn't help but feel pity for each other. Ji Xianxian pulled Fang Liang to a seat. The two of them began to talk about their experiences, but they hid some things, especially their opportunities. Several hours later, Ji Xianxian said, "Fang Liang, the immeasurable calamity has already begun. This is an opportunity for us. Why don't we join forces and fight for providence together?" We can take care of each other. Fong Liang said, "All right, I don't want to escape this time. I want to fight too." The two of them looked at each other and laughed even louder. It was rare to have a confidant in life. 50 years passed quickly. Han Ju was no longer attacked by enemies, but he didn't let his guard down. If there was one time, there would definitely be a second time. He had to be more cautious. Perhaps there would be enemies from the future looking for him outside now. He had to hide in the Dao field and not be discovered. With the Dao field around, his future self could still protect him. If he left the Dao field, the consequences would be unimaginable. On this day, Han Ju gathered all the disciples under the Fusang tree and started to preach the Tao. This was the first time Lu Huaxiu heard him preach. He was very looking forward to it. Before coming, he had heard the white-robed Buddha brag about Han Ju. After coming, the hidden sect disciples bragged about him even more, causing him to be very curious about Han Ju's cultivation. Diamond Rage was also looking forward to Han Ju's lecture. He was only a step away from the deity realm and hoped to find a chance to break through here. The lecture lasted for 5 years. All the disciples had their own insights. Some even directly broke through a major realm. Han Ju started to let them ask questions one by one. At the same time. Updated _ at Light Novel World. Calm outside Hidden Sect Island, above the yellow spring about 20 million kilometers away, a figure looked down at it. His entire body was pitch black like a shadow as he muttered to himself, "Strange. The heavenly secrets revealed that it's in the yellow spring, but there's nothing strange here." Read at Wuxia World. EU. Chapter 336 Zenith Heaven's Killing Intent, Jiang Yi's Cry for Help. Chapter 336 Zenith Heaven's Killing Intent, Jiang Yi's Cry for Help. The black shadow raised his hand and continued to deduce with his fingers. But after calculating for a while, he still did not notice anything unusual. His divine sense swept through the yellow spring. Apart from wandering vengeful spirits, he couldn't find his target. He sighed and disappeared. On the other side, Han Ju was busy preaching and neglected the outside world. It was almost impossible for anyone below the Zenith Heaven realm to discover the Dao field, so he didn't have to check his surroundings at all times. A year later, Han Ju said, "Next, all of you have to maintain the spirit of cultivating diligently and not be lazy. Although I used a great mystical power to conceal the heavenly secrets on this island, there will definitely be stronger enemies in the future and even more dangerous tribulations. All of you have to cultivate well. In the future, we will fight against enemies together. I hope that one day, I can ascend to the great Tao with all of you." Ascend to the great Tao. These words made everyone's blood boil. They might not believe what others said, but when it came from Han Ju, they were full of confidence. Han Ju's potential was already ridiculously strong. Following him, they had almost never suffered. Instead, after leaving Han Ju, they often encountered misfortune. Han Ju stood up and left. At the same time, he pulled Lu Huaxiu into the simulation trial. After so many years, Lu Huaxiu had already given in and thought of himself as a member of the hidden sect. Han Ju didn't care about his previous life and only cared about the present. If the Purple Star Emperor could join the hidden sect in the future, that would also be a good thing. After returning to the cave abode, Han Ju cultivated as he probed his consciousness into the primordial world and observed the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Under the soaking of the nebulous primordial chi, only a small portion of the lotus turned purple. At this rate, it would take a long time for him to completely master the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. If it was fast, it would take hundreds of years. If it was slow, it would take 1,000 years. Updated _ at Light Novel World. Calm Han Ju could only hope that his cultivation breakthrough would increase his mastery of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Time passed. Even though the myriad worlds had already welcomed the immeasurable calamity, time continued to pass. The negative karma of the immortal world began to spread to the thousands of mortal worlds. More and more immortals fled the immortal world, spreading the chaos. Hanju didn't disturb the Heavenly Emperor anymore. He usually checked the situation through emails. 30 years later. Hanju was cursing the Demon Emperor when he suddenly saw an email. Because of your curse, the Demon Emperor's Zenith Heaven Dao fruit has begun to be infected by killing intent. Hanju clicked his tongue in wonder. You're really the craziest one. Hanju wouldn't show mercy to the Demon Emperor. Six-star hatred was already irreconcilable. Speaking of which, other than in the Great Ultimate Hall, Hanju had never met the Demon Emperor or even spoken with him. If there was anyone to blame, it would be his useless son, Crown Prince Tianzi. Crown Prince Tianzi found trouble with him. Hanju had killed him and offended his mother, the nine-tailed Demon Empress. The hatred was too high, so Hanju had no choice but to kill the nine-tailed Demon Empress and then offend the Demon Emperor. When would this cycle of vengeance stop? Anyway, Hanju wouldn't stop. It would only end with the enemy bowing down. Hanju didn't think too much and continued reading the emails. Half a year later. Hanju felt something and took out the Golden Crow token. So it was Jiang Yi who wanted to contact him. Hanju probed the Golden Crow token with his divine sense and asked, "What is it?" Jiang Yi said, "Can you save me?" "No." The two of them grew silent. Hanju thought of Jiang Yi's feelings for him and couldn't help but ask, "Who caught you? Why are you like Dao Sovereign?" Jiang Yi asked in surprise, "You know Dao Sovereign?" For more _novel, visit lightnovelworld.com. Yes, he also asked me for help. I could only ask the Heavenly Emperor to save him. He has already joined the Heavenly Court. Are you also willing to join? Jiang Yi fell silent again. He was extremely embarrassed. Back then, he tried his best to invite Hanju to leave the immortal world with him. After Hanju rejected him, he still despised him. Now. Jiang Yi coughed and said, "I'm not captured. I'm just trapped. This is a mysterious forbidden land. I can't escape and can only seek help." Hanju asked in surprise, "If you can contact me, why can't you contact the Golden Crow Divine Clan? The token I gave you is a top-notch communication Dharma treasure. This pair of tokens can only send messages to each other. The other tokens are too low grade. I can't contact the Golden Crow Divine Clan." "Oh, where are you?" "I'm in the dark sinking great swamp in the deity realm of the ruins of End. I'll get someone to help you contact the Golden Crow Divine Clan. It's impossible for me to save you. I'm so weak. I'll die if I go." "Thank you." Jiang Yi wanted to scold Hanju, but he didn't have the face to. Hanju didn't owe him anything. After severing his divine sense, Hanju took out the Heavenly Dao token and contacted the Heavenly Emperor, hoping that he could help inform the Golden Crow Divine Clan. The Heavenly Emperor agreed readily. He didn't seem curious about Hanju and Jiang Yi's relationship. That made sense. The reason why Jiang Yi could often come to the mortal world under the Heavenly Court was definitely related to the Heavenly Emperor. Hanju put down the Heavenly Dao token and said, "I've already done all I can. Hope for the best." Then, he shook his head. He couldn't understand Jiang Yi's thoughts. He was clearly the strongest prodigy of the Golden Crow Divine Clan, but he still ran around. Couldn't he cultivate in seclusion in peace? The source of this _chapter, Light Novel World. So far, Jiang Yi's cultivation level had only reached the rank 2 Immortal Emperor realm. After breaking through to the Emperor realm, he had been wandering around, causing Hanju's cultivation to far exceed his. The correct path to the Great Tao was cultivation. Hanju warned himself not to forget his true nature. Otherwise, Jiang Yi, Ji Xianxian, and the others would be his fate. The strongest talent was not necessarily the strongest expert. In the Sword Dao River, Liu Bei, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. He was shocked to find someone beside him. He hurriedly stood up and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" If Han Ju was here, he would definitely be pleasantly surprised. It was actually the previous guardian of the Sword Dao River, Zhang Guxing. Zhang Guxing sized him up and asked, "Where's Han Ju? You have his aura. You should be a clone, right?" Liu Bei became even more nervous. "Senior, who are you?" "Zhang Guxing." "Tell him my name, he'll come and see me," Zhang Guxing said expressionlessly. Liu Bei immediately used his telepathy to inform Han Ju. When Han Ju learned that Zhang Guxing had returned, he was first surprised, then wary. After being abducted for so many years, had his brother changed? No, he couldn't go without any preparations. Han Ju left a wisp of his soul in the cave abode. If his main body was killed, he could still revive. After doing all of this, he jumped into the Sword Dao River. Zhang Guxing had already recovered his body. He wore black and had a cold expression. His entire body emitted a powerful pressure. Seeing Han Ju, he smiled. Han Ju also smiled. Zhang Guxing sighed. "You have indeed stepped into the Emperor realm. I still underestimated you." Han Ju smiled and asked, "Brother, how did you escape?" Zhang Guxing shook his head and said, "I didn't escape. I've regained my position in the Divine Palace. While I'm cultivating, I came here to visit you and bring you a fortuitous encounter." Fortuitous encounter. Han Ju smiled, but his heart tightened. There was indeed a problem. This underscore content is taken from Light Novel World. Com read at Wuxia World. EU. Chapter 337 Upgrade of the Dao Field, Sect Master of the Human School. Chapter 337 Upgrade of the Dao Field, Sect Master of the Human School, what opportunity. I'm relieved to see that you're fine. Han Ju shook his head and smiled. Zhang Guxing smiled and said, "This opportunity is not simple. It can allow one to directly enter the deity realm." This sounded familiar. Dao's sovereign seemed to have said that. Han Ju shook his head and said, "There's no need. The immeasurable calamity is ahead. Being too eager for quick success will easily cause me to enter the calamity." Zhang Guxing wasn't surprised. He had already expected this situation. This opportunity is not dangerous. It's located in the void and is closely related to the Sword Dao River. You're the Sword Dao River's guardian. Obtaining this opportunity will be smooth sailing, Zhang Guxing said seriously. Han Ju understood what he meant. "In that case, I'll return the Sword Dao River to you. You should take this opportunity. I'm still far from the deity realm, anyway." To be honest, the Sword Dao River was a burden to him. Although Liu Bei had gotten to know many geniuses of the Sword Dao through the Sword Dao River, it was useless. He only knew them. If he wanted to build a network, he had to pay the price first. However, Liu Bei was also cowardly and never tried. Zhang Guxing glared at him. "Are you that afraid? You don't even trust me." Han Ju shook his head. "It's not that I don't trust you, but danger is never something we can avoid just because we want to. What I can do is try my best to avoid the possibility of encountering it." Zhang Guxing was silent. Han Ju remained silent. Liu Bei stared at them in silence. After a while, Zhang Guxing said, "Forget it, I won't force you. Other than that, there's something else I have to tell you." "What is it?" You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Regarding the Sword Dao River, this river was born when the Sword Dao obtained the recognition of the Heavenly Dao. After a long period of evolution, it has already become the path that a sword cultivator must take. The first guardian is the first sword cultivator of the heavenly Tao. He's actually still alive and is very strong. If you can protect the sword Tao river from being destroyed in this calamity, you will obtain his recognition. 3 lines of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Detected that you are facing the mission to guard the sword Tao river. You have the following choices. 1. Accept this mission and say that you will do your best to protect the sword Tao river. You can obtain a supreme treasure and a great Tao fragment. 2. Reject this mission and you will obtain the hatred of the first sword cultivator in the heavenly Tao. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a chance to level up the Tao field. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Obtain the hatred of the first sword cultivator in the heavenly Tao. A chance to upgrade the Tao field. These two. Now, the Tao field could already prevent the divine sense of a zenith heaven from prying. After upgrading, would it be able to prevent the divine sense above the zenith heaven realm from spying? However, Han Ju couldn't be sure how strong the number 1 sword cultivator of the heavenly Tao was. Han Ju pretended to be curious and asked, the first sword cultivator of the heavenly Tao lives in the 33-layered heavens? Zhang Guxing shook his head. He's at the deity realm of the ruins of End. Oh. From the looks of it, he wasn't as strong as ancestor Shitian. Han Ju said seriously, brother, since you know him, why don't you take over the sword Tao river? I really can't. I'm too timid. Besides, I'm from the heavenly court. We're in trouble. If I continue to be the guardian, I'm afraid I'll cause trouble for the sword Tao river. You should do it. Zhang Guxing narrowed his eyes. Are you rejecting it? Han Ju smiled bitterly. Brother, I really can't. If it was during a peaceful period, I would definitely help. But now, it's the immeasurable calamity. Besides, the position of guardian isn't what I wanted. I was forced by you. After you were captured, I've been trembling in fear. I think I've already done my best to return the sword Tao river to you unscathed. You reject this mission and obtain a great Tao fragment and a chance to level up the Tao field. Your Tao field has begun to upgrade. Han Ju was nervous. Could that mighty figure really hate him? Li Mui has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1 star. It was only at the 1-star level. For more _novel, visit Light Novel World. He had made the right bet. Han Ju felt that it was impossible for the mighty figure to kill him because of this. Zhang Guxing said helplessly, forget it. In that case, hand over the sword Tao river. Han Ju nodded. This was a good thing. He could bring Liu Bei back and increase the combat strength of Hidden Sect Island. After returning to Hidden Sect Island, Han Ju introduced Liu Bei to the disciples. He didn't reveal Liu Bei's true identity. The addition of the rank 6 Immortal Emperor excited the disciples. However, the Black Hell Demon Lord had a strange expression. He could tell that Liu Bei's body was the Buddhist sect's victorious fighting Buddha. It was said that the victorious fighting Buddha had been attacked by someone and had died in the void of the mortal world. Could it be that he had faked his death and changed allegiance to the hidden sect? It was very likely. The victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddhist sect had a long history. Legend had it that the victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddhist sect did not get along because he liked to fight and went against the peace advocated by the sect. The Black Hell Demon Lord didn't dare to think too much. He knew that there were some things that he couldn't expose. Even if Han Ju's attitude was good towards him, he didn't dare to overstep the line. He had experienced Han Ju's ruthlessness before. He attacked immediately and didn't give the enemy any chance. After returning to the cave abode, Han Ju finally had the time to check Li Mui's information. Li Mui, cultivation unknown. Transcendent Tao expert, sect master of the human school, creator of the sword Tao. His existence is untraceable. Because you refuse to protect the sword Tao river, his impression of you has worsened. He thinks that your personality is not worthy of being a sword cultivator. Current hatred points, 1 star. Gasped transcendent Tao expert. An existence on the same level as the ancestor Shitian. Furthermore, he was the sect master of the human school. Wasn't he Li Daokong and Li Xianeo's master? Han Ju was shocked. Updated _ at Light Novel World. Fortunately, it was only 1 star of hatred. If I'm not worthy of being a sword cultivator, so be it. I don't care as long as you don't target me. Han Ju thought silently. He began to look forward to the upgraded Dao field. However, the time needed to level up was longer than he had expected. 10 years later. The Dao field had yet to be successfully upgraded, but the immortal chi of Hidden Sect Island kept increasing. Han Ju didn't care about immortal chi. What he looked forward to was the Dao field's defensive power. 10 years passed. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the enemy, then habitually checked his emails. Your good friend Ji Xianxian was attacked by the demon race's immortal emperor and was severely injured. He accidentally fused with the demonic path's killing intent and his cultivation increased greatly. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by a demon immortal emperor and was severely injured. He used an ancient forbidden technique and forcefully broke through his limits. Your good friend Jiang Yi was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Empress Hudu discussed the Tao with a mighty figure and comprehended the true meaning of the heavenly Tao. Your good friend Zhou Fan has joined the divine palace and became the person facing the calamity. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Huang Jihao has joined the human school and obtained its providence. His cultivation has increased greatly. Ji Xianxian and Fang Liang had walked together. Beaten up together. Went beyond the limits together. Han Ju frowned. He was a little unhappy. It was fine if it was Ji Xianxian, as he was not from the hidden sect. Why was Fang Liang also becoming reckless? Try the Light Novel World. Platform _ for the most advanced _ reading experience. When this kid returned, he had to teach him a lesson. Han Ju didn't want to be implicated by his grand disciple and be forced into danger. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Chapter 338 Pseudosage, How Tian Awakens. Chapter 338 Pseudosage, How Tian Awakens. Apart from Fang Liang, Han Ju also noticed that Zhou Fan had become the one facing the calamity. Wow! The reroll world was truly a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. 2 people immediately appeared to face the calamity. Han Ju seemed to see a huge hand manipulating everything. Hopefully, he was thinking too much. Anyway, he was already hiding on Hidden Sect Island. Han Ju continued reading. From the emails, he saw that the battle in the immortal world worsened again, especially the heavenly court. They were attacked by the divine palace and the demon court. There were even other forces. Han Ju was curious. Was it the same for the Buddhist sect? Or were they watching from the side? Although the heavenly Tao Buddha had died, Han Ju felt that the Buddhist sect would still cause trouble. Also, Hao Tian had yet to leave Long Hao's body. Han Ju could know Hao Tian's situation from Long Hao's portrait. The information of his good friend would change. If Long Hao didn't have 2 souls, it meant that Hao Tian had already left his body. Speaking of this, Han Ju couldn't help but be puzzled. Ever since the last time, the Heavenly Emperor seemed to have forgotten about Hao Tian and never mentioned it. Han Ju was also too embarrassed to ask. If that was the case, it would appear that he had ulterior motives. Time passed. 5 years passed. The Dao field had finally been upgraded. The Dao field has been upgraded. The array formation has been upgraded to the deity realm. The spatial array has been upgraded. The space within the Dao field has been expanded by 10 times. The Dao field's immortal chi has increased by 10 times. Connate chi has increased by 2 times. The Tao field can block the prying of the pseudosage divine sense. If the array formation was raised to the deity realm, it meant that ordinary deity realm experts might not be able to barge into Hidden Sect Island. Most importantly, the Tao field could block the divine sense of a pseudosage. You can find the rest of this content on the light novel world. Platform. Pseudosage. The realm between Zenith Heaven and Sage. Han Ju was secretly excited. His sense of security soared. What fortuitous encounter. What providence. They couldn't compare to a home filled with security. Han Ju was extremely satisfied. At the same time, the disciples of the hidden sect felt the immortal chi on the island suddenly increase. All these years, the immortal chi had been increasing, but today, the increase surprised them. However, seeing that Han Ju didn't come out of the cave abode, they knew that he was responsible for it. How strong is he? Diamond Rage was secretly shocked. The cultivation that Han Ju displayed was only at the Grand Unity True Immortal realm, but Diamond Rage couldn't even withstand a single blow from him in the simulation trial. In Diamond Rage's opinion, Han Ju was at least at the deity realm. Not only him, but the others also felt that Han Ju had already far exceeded an immortal emperor. After all, there were many existences beyond the immortal emperor realm in the simulation trial. If Han Ju couldn't defeat those enemies, how could he simulate their true strength? Apart from being safer, the improvement of the Tao field also increased the cultivation speed of the entire hidden sect. Han Ju was getting closer and closer to becoming a rank 8 immortal emperor. 13 years later, Fairy Shi Xian suddenly came to visit. Han Ju chased Tao comprehension sword out and stayed alone with her. After staying on the island for so long, Fairy Shi Xian's cultivation level had already reached the Grand Unity Earth Immortal realm. This cultivation level was still at the bottom of the Hidden Sect Island. In the past, becoming an immortal in 4,000 years would definitely award one the label of genius. Han Ju smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" Fairy Shi Xian said, "I want to return to the reroll world to train. I'll return in 100 years. In this netherworld, I can't comprehend the heavenly Tao's nature." "Sure. When do you leave?" The latest episodes are on the light novel world. Website. In 2 days. I want to talk to you and discuss the Tao. Sure. The two of them began to discuss the Tao. It was said to be a discussion of the Tao, but in fact, it was also Han Ju's one-sided lecture. Fairy Shi Xian looked at him in a daze. It was as if she had returned to the scene when Han Ju first entered Jade Serene Peak. Unknowingly, 4,000 years had passed. Thinking back, it was like a dream. The 4,000 years after she met Han Ju was shorter than the hundreds of years she had lived before. In these 4,000 years, under Han Ju's protection, she cultivated in peace and didn't have to worry about the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. It felt good. Fairy Shi Xian wanted to become stronger as soon as possible. At least, she couldn't have the lowest cultivation level in the hidden sect. In that case, she could repay Han Ju and not just enjoy the benefits he brought. Several days later. After the discussion ended, Fairy Shi Xian suddenly asked, "How many Tao companions do you have now?" Han Ju was stunned. The topic was changed too abruptly. 3, Han Ju said frankly. Fairy Shi Xian rolled her eyes. Other than Xing Hongxian, were there other women who had an extraordinary relationship with Han Ju? Thinking of Li Yao and Tao Comprehension Sword, she immediately understood. She silently stood up and left. Han Ju looked at her back and said, "You're also very important to me. You'll come back in 100 years, right?" Fairy Shi Xian turned to look at him and said helplessly, "The reroll world is in your hands. If you want me to return, won't it just be a thought? If you're unwilling, how can I force you? Come on, can't you tell if I'm willing or not? You pretend to not understand such emotions, but in my opinion, you're only putting up a pretense. You can only fool you err. With that, Fairy Shi Xian walked out of the cave abode. Han Ju touched his chin. What she said. It made him look like a scumbag. I just want to follow my heart. Is that wrong? Visit to Light Novel World. Com discover _new novels. Han Ju smiled. He had a clear conscience. After all, this was not the modern world of Earth. There was no such thing as monogamy in the cultivation world. Although Han Ju wanted to live forever, he didn't want to reach the end and look back in regret. He was very greedy. Not only did he have to live forever, but he also had to have no regrets. Of course, longevity was more important than having no regrets. Fairy Shi Xian's words just now were an answer to his feelings. Han Ju wasn't surprised and only felt that things were going smoothly. The two of them were ascetics. They had no time or interest in being together. Fairy Shi Xian went back and packed up for a while before returning to the Khanate cave abode. Then, Han Ju waved his hand and sent her into the reroll world. Break through to the rank 8 Immortal Emperor realm in 100 years. Han Ju also set a small goal for himself. 30 years passed quickly. Han Ju had yet to break through, but it was happening soon. On this day, just as he finished cursing the enemy, a notification suddenly appeared in front of him. Hao Tian has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. Han Ju was stunned. Hao Tian. He immediately checked his interpersonal relationships. Hao Tian, cultivation unknown. Immeasurable Emperor. Once the Heavenly Emperor. In order to attain his Tao, he pretended to die and kept gathering providence in the cycle of reincarnation. After that, he took the opportunity to hide in the body of the son of the Heavenly Emperor. They were born together and the body had 2 souls. Not long ago, he awakened his origin consciousness and discovered that Long Hao respected you the most. You were also extremely mysterious, so he became wary of you. Current hatred points, 3 stars, this fellow has awakened. Han Ju was pleasantly surprised, but he discovered that Long Hao immediately entered the dual soul state. In other words, Hao Tian was still in Long Hao's body. If he cursed Hao Tian, it would definitely implicate Long Hao. He had to wait a little longer. Han Ju began to test the experts around Hidden Sect Island. The strongest was a rank 7 Immortal Emperor. The source of this _chapter, Light Novel World. Recently, the Yellow Spring was filled with vengeful spirits from the 9 Nether Purgatory. Even if Hidden Sect Island was at the end of the Yellow Spring, it was surrounded by vengeful spirits. These spirits didn't notice the sand-sized Hidden Sect Island. They seemed to be waiting for something as if preparing for war. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Chapter 339 Reversing Yin and Yang, Entering the 9 Nether Purgatory. Chapter 339 Reversing Yin and Yang, Entering the 9 Nether Purgatory. Because there were countless vengeful spirits from the netherworld gathered in the Yellow Spring, Han Ju had to check the nearby strongest person every year to prevent terrifying experts from appearing. 7 years later, Han Ju habitually checked the nearby experts and was suddenly shocked. Zhu Tu, cultivation unknown, master of the Divine Palace, why was this fellow here? Han Ju was nervous. This was the strongest person in the current calamity. This was the fellow who had opened the 9 Nether Purgatory. This fellow made countless ghosts hide in the Yellow Spring. Could it be that he wants to do something big? The appearance of Zhu Tu caused Han Ju to not dare to cultivate, afraid that he would be discovered. 1,000,000 kilometers away, above the Yellow Spring, a black shadow floated in the air. It was Zhu Tuesday. He scanned the surroundings and muttered to himself, as expected, there's no one. Previously, when my clone came, I didn't notice it. I thought that my clone's cultivation was insufficient, but it seems that the heavenly secrets might have been wrong. With that, he hid in the yellow spring. In the next few years, Han Ju would see Zhu Tu every time he checked. This fellow stayed nearby and did not move. Fortunately, the hidden sect island could block the divine sense of a pseudo-sage. No matter how strong Zhu Tu was, it was impossible for him to surpass a pseudo-sage. Otherwise, why would he need to enter the calamity? An existence that surpassed a pseudo-sage would definitely be a transcendent being like Ancestor Shitian. The immeasurable calamity wouldn't affect him at all. In the blink of an eye, 14 years had passed. Zhu Tu finally made a move. Vengeful souls of the Nine Nether, all of you are failures of the immeasurable calamity. I know that all of you are unwilling to accept this. I can't do anything for you, be it cultivation, sect, or race. All of you will never be able to make a comeback. If you want to make a comeback, you can only kill your way back in the immeasurable calamity. I have also failed in the immeasurable calamity. I'm unwilling. I want to overturn the heavenly Tao. I want to let those existences who claim to be the masters of all living beings know that we post-celestial lifeforms are not pawns. With the yellow spring as the platform, all of you will follow me to break through the realm of living and dead to slaughter your way into the nine heavens to seize the chance of survival that belongs to us. Zhu Tu's voice was filled with motivation, causing Han Ju's blood to boil. He could clearly sense the murderous aura outside Hidden Sect Island increase and rush into the sky. For more _novel, visit Light Novel World. Everyone from the Hidden Sect was also frightened and did not dare to speak, afraid that they would be discovered by the terrifying existence outside. Boom, an earth-shattering boom sounded. Han Ju felt countless fiendish auras rushing out of the yellow spring air. They were vengeful spirits from the Nine Nether Purgatory. They all flew towards the top of the netherworld, with Zhu Tu at the front. Han Ju looked up. The dazzling light illuminated the netherworld, which had been in darkness. It became as bright as day. A strange force suddenly descended. Han Ju felt inexplicably dizzy. He, who was at the Immortal Emperor realm, was already like this, let alone the Hidden Sect disciples. The disciples below the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm collapsed to the ground. The Black Hell Demon Lord, Diamond Rage, and Duan Hongchen were alarmed and did not dare to say a word. The netherworld was upside down. Han Ju was shocked. What was this Zhu Tu doing? He wanted to bring the vengeful spirit of the Nine Nether Purgatory to the immortal world. Why was there such a huge commotion? It was as if he wanted to overturn the two worlds. Wait. Overturn. Han Ju thought of that legend and became even more nervous. The reason why he came to the netherworld was to leave the battlefield of the immortal world. If the netherworld became the immortal world. He didn't dare to think too deeply. He covered the entire Hidden Sect Island with his dermic powers, prepared to escape at any time. Humph. A cold snort sounded. Zhu Tu's voice sounded, the calamity has already begun. Do you still want to stop it? Don't forget the rules set by the Tao Ancestor. The deep voice sounded again, Yin and Yang cannot be reversed. Other than that, I will not interfere. Zhu Tu did not continue, and the mysterious force that made all the living beings in the netherworld dizzy vanished. Han Ju narrowed his eyes and looked over. He saw a huge hole in the sky of the netherworld. There was a strong light shining in it, like a bright sun. Countless vengeful spirits rushed in one after another. Zhu Tu floated under the hole and waited. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the two worlds wouldn't be reversed. There were really many mighty figures. Han Ju had never heard that voice in the Great Ultimate Hall. Updated _ at Light Novel World. 2 hours later, Zhu Tu left. The netherworld regained its calm, and the murderous aura that filled the yellow spring also vanished. Han Ju immediately called out. Duan Hongchen entered the cave abode to greet him. Han Ju said, "Do you know how to go to the Nine Nether Purgatory?" Duan Hongchen was stunned and said in horror, "Sect Master, you want to go in?" Why? He had tried all means to escape from the 9 nether purgatory. He didn't want to return. Hanju smiled. Now that all the vengeful spirits are heading to the immortal world, the 9 nether purgatory will definitely be empty. We can hide in it. But there's endless negative karma inside. If you stay too long, negative karma will surround you and you won't end up well. It's fine. I have a way to eliminate negative karma. But, could it be that you want to enter the calamity? Duan Hongchen hurriedly shook his head. He had just revived when he encountered Hanju, causing him to be very lacking in confidence now. He kept feeling that the immortal world was very dangerous. Coupled with the encounter with the Black Hell Demon Lord and Diamond Rage, he didn't dare to enter the calamity. If even the Magus race was slaughtered, how could he fight for Providence alone? Hanju said, "Don't worry. As long as you stay on the island, the negative karma won't affect you. When the calamity is about to end, we'll escape." Duan Hongchen gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll go take a look." Hanju waved his hand and sent him out. There was a 6 paths insignia deep in Duan Hongchen's soul. It was deeply rooted. If he betrayed him, Hanju could destroy him with a thought, directly destroying his body and soul. Soon, Duan Hongchen returned, and Hanju moved him into the cave abode. He almost couldn't find Hidden Sect Island. What kind of formation is this? No wonder the mighty figure didn't notice us. Secretly shocked, Duan Hongchen was even more respectful towards him. Hanju asked, "How's the situation?" Duan Hongchen said, "The barrier is weak. We can indeed enter, but I'm not sure if there are still ghosts inside. Visit to Light Novel World. discover_new novels. How do I enter? If you keep going down, you'll hit the barrier." Alright. Hanju directly controlled Hidden Sect Island to sink while Duan Hongchen waited in the cave abode. Could it be that this island has already been refined into a Dharma treasure? Duan Hongchen was filled with surprise. The Hidden Sect Island was like a stone as it quickly descended and collided with the barrier of the 9 nether purgatory. Hanju forced his way in and could even break out of the mortal world. It was naturally not difficult for him to break in. The next second, Hidden Sect Island came to an empty space. Boundless mist filled the surroundings. There were no stars, continents, or meteors. It was as if chaos had just begun. Everything was void, even space. The moment Hanju entered, he felt terrifying negative karma. The surroundings of Hidden Sect Island were filled with it. Fortunately, the Tao field was strong enough to withstand the invasion of negative karma. If Hanju absorbed all the negative karma here, then his cultivation. Hanju didn't dare to think about it, afraid that he would lose his sense of reasoning. He began to inspect the surrounding experts. No vengeful spirits were around. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, the 9 nether purgatory was empty. This was normal. It wasn't easy for them to escape. Why would the vengeful spirits that had been suppressed for countless years stay? Hanju let Duan Hongchen out and told the disciples the exact situation. At this moment, he sensed the divine sense fluctuation from the heavenly Tao token. The heavenly emperor was contacting him. Hanju probed the heavenly Tao token with his divine sense. The netherworld has been destroyed. How are you? The heavenly emperor asked in a low voice, clearly very worried about his safety. Visit Light Novel World. For a better reading experience read at Wuxia World. EU. Fortunately, it didn't affect me for the time being, Hanju replied. Fortunately, it didn't affect me for the time being, Hanju replied. The heavenly emperor's concern warmed his heart. The heavenly emperor asked curiously, "Where are you hiding? The netherworld has been in so much trouble. It has been so many years, but it hasn't harmed you." Hanju said, "I'm hiding in a small corner." It's normal that they can't find me. Alright, you have to be careful. The spirits have already left the netherworld. Next, the underworld faction will definitely sweep through the netherworld and consolidate its dominance. Don't worry, Your Majesty, Hanju replied. I'm no longer in the netherworld. Hanju asked, how's our situation? Have you checked clearly? Is there another soul in his body? The Heavenly Emperor replied, no. After the calamity ends, I'll bring him to see Tao Ancestor. When the calamity ends? How long will that take? Aren't you afraid of unnecessary trouble? After the immeasurable calamity started, the Tao Ancestor disappeared. He was afraid that someone would ask him for help. I see. Looks like this matter still depends on me. Hanju thought silently. How I, your master, will definitely save you. That damned Hao Tian slaughtered my hidden sect in the future. This matter is not over. He chatted with the Heavenly Emperor for a while more. After ending the divine sense communication, Hanju began to cultivate. From then on, Hanju would check the nearby experts every year to prevent powerful vengeful spirits from approaching. 20 years later, Hanju didn't find any powerful enemies. It seemed that the 9 nether purgatory was really empty. Hanju had a chance to break through. Breaking through a realm in more than 200 years was not considered fast, but it was not slow either. Of course, this was only for Hanju himself. If this speed landed on other immortal emperors, it would definitely be very fast. Hanju chased Tao Comprehension Sword out of the cave abode while he began to break through. Soon, everyone on the island felt the pressure. Even the restrictions of the Khanate cave abode couldn't stop it. Diamond Rage was secretly shocked. What a terrifying aura. Hanju's breakthrough was a surprise to them. After all, they were in the 9 nether purgatory now. The stronger Hanju was, the safer they would be. Visit to Light Novel World. Discover _ new novels. 3 years later. Hanju successfully broke through. Rank 8 Immortal Emperor. It was unstoppable as Hanju immediately checked his attributes panel. Name, Hanju, lifespan, 4300-1,600,999,999,999,999, race, immortal, stellar primordial body, cultivation, rank 8 reincarnation immortal emperor, technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering, great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma, 1.6 quadrillion years of lifespan. It was still that word. Awesome. He had earned back all the lifespan he had squandered. Hanju was very satisfied. He started to consolidate his cultivation. His soul had already reached a perfect level. It was difficult to imagine what kind of improvement the rank 9 Immortal Emperor could bring to his soul. Another year passed. Hanju's cultivation had completely stabilized. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing. He prepared to invest 2 billion years of lifespan into the Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Buddha. In the end, the Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Buddha's mental demons intensified. This made Hanju feel a little regretful. The Book of Misfortune was still a little weak. Hanju started to use the derivation function as he healed. Is there a mighty figure in the 9 nether purgatory who can see through my Tao field? 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, 100 million years was exchanged for a word, but Hanju didn't feel like it was a loss. The source of this _chapter, Light Novel World. It settled. He could cultivate properly now. Hanju didn't continue to deduce the winner of this immeasurable calamity. After all, Hao Tian had yet to leave Long Hao, causing Hanju to be unable to plot against him. Under such circumstances, the situation shouldn't change. Why waste his lifespan? Han Ju began to improve his sword Dao mystical powers and movement technique, Great Traversal Divine Shadow. It took another year. Han Ju raised his strength to the limit and couldn't increase it anymore. He started the simulation trial. Immortal emperors weren't his match, they were all insta-killed. He turned his target to the deity realm. He couldn't tell what was the deity realm. He would only know after fighting. Then, he was tortured. Most of the opponents killed him instantly. He could only rely on the Great Traversal Divine Shadow and the Somersault Cloud to stall for time. However, some opponents with unknown cultivation were merely on par with him. In other words, Han Ju could already fight with the weaker deity realm mighty figures. Not bad. Han Ju was satisfied. This suited his development. After breaking through to the rank 8 Immortal Emperor realm, the stellar primordial body's absorption speed increased greatly. The speed at which the nebulous primordial chi infected the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus also increased. There was hope of obtaining the Lotus before breaking through to the rank 9 Immortal Emperor realm. However, it would take countless years for him to completely absorb the negative karma in the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. At his current speed, he might not even succeed in 10,000 years. Han Ju started cultivating and checked his emails at the same time. Your good friend Ji Xianxian has learned the great Tao mystic words. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has learned the great Tao mystic words. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Tao Sovereign was attacked by your enemy Heavenly Tao Buddha. He was severely injured. Your good friend Jiang Yi has received guidance from a mighty figure and has learned an ancient mystical power. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by Jie school cultivators, X17, your Tao companion Xian Qingjun has left the immortal world. Your good friend Li Yao has comprehended the sword Tao during her cultivation. She has broken through her shackles and obtained the recognition of the great Tao of the sword. Her comprehension has increased. Your good friendly Tao Kong was attacked by your enemy Heavenly Tao Buddha. Visit to Light Novel World. Com discover _new novels. Han Ju was surprised. Li Yao obtained the recognition of the great Tao of sword. How? My potential is worse than hers. Why didn't I get that? Han Ju wasn't happy. Could it be that his sword Tao heart was not pure enough? It was really possible. Although Han Ju's potential in the sword Tao was outstanding, he didn't consider himself a sword immortal. He didn't have any reverence for the sword Tao. He continued to read his emails. Many of his friends had obtained opportunities. It was said that it was very easy to obtain fortuitous encounters in the immeasurable calamity, and one's cultivation speed would increase. A large number of battles would cause many treasures and inheritances to be lost. Killing an enemy would allow one to obtain great providence, and great providence would increase one's cultivation speed. This was also why everyone knew how terrifying the immeasurable calamity was, but there were so many people advancing one after another. Danger and opportunity coexisted. Detected that the Demon Emperor is visiting you in a dream. Do you accept it? Demon Emperor, what the heck? No. 6-star hatred points was irresolvable except for death. The other party must want to find him. Han Ju chose to reject it. After a while. Detected that the Demon Emperor is visiting you in a dream. Do you accept it? Reject. For the next day, this notification popped up 23 times. Han Ju chose to reject all of them. Far away in the demon court, the Demon Emperor was furious. The mystical power has already succeeded. Why is he constantly resisting? What method did he use to resist me? Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor is helping him? That shouldn't be. This person isn't in the Heavenly Court at all. I can't even guess where he is. The Demon Emperor frowned in anger. He had never forgotten Han Ju. Because of him, his wife and children died miserably. However, this time, he didn't want to kill Han Ju. Instead, he wanted to use him to scheme against the Heavenly Court and investigate the Dark Forbidden Lord. The source of this chapter, Light Novel World. He had a feeling that the Dark Forbidden Lord came from the Heavenly Court. However, Han Ju didn't give him a chance. Read at Wuxia World. EU. After a month, the Demon Emperor finally subsided and didn't visit him in his dreams anymore. After a month, the Demon Emperor finally subsided and didn't visit him in his dreams anymore. Han Ju was almost annoyed to death. Was there something wrong with this dog? Wait. Could it be that the Demon Emperor had already guessed that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord? Terrified, Han Ju hurriedly used the derivation function to ask if the Demon Emperor knew that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. After deducting 100 million years of his lifespan, he learned that the Demon Emperor did not know that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. It seemed like he had other motives. Han Ju didn't dare to have any contact with the Demon Emperor, lest he was found out. He continued to cultivate. After reaching the rank 8 Immortal Emperor realm, as his absorption speed increased, his cultivation speed also increased greatly. At this rate, he would soon reach the rank 9 Immortal Emperor realm. After reaching the deity realm, Han Ju would definitely devour the negative karma and advance by leaps and bounds. Han Ju was looking forward to it. Time passed quickly in the 9 Nether Purgatory, because there was nothing here. There was only endless negative karma, and not many incidents occurred. To the hidden sect it was no different from the past. The hidden sect competition that occurred once every 100 years continued. This matter was handled by Murong Qi. After all, he was the war god. Duan Hongchen and Black Hell Demon Lord also participated. Unfortunately, they couldn't defeat Diamond Rage. Although Liu Bei had the body of the victorious fighting Buddha, his soul and body had not fused enough. He couldn't defeat Black Hell Demon Lord, who was also a rank 5 Immortal Emperor. This might change in the future. Among the disciples, Li Yao was the first. It was worth mentioning that she had already grasped the 4th level of the Heavenly Sword Dao, the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Unfortunately, only one of her swords was very strong. Dao Comprehension Sword had just comprehended the 3rd level, sword creates the primordial world, but it was already quite good. The other disciples also improved. The most shocking was naturally Chu Shiren. After accepting Lu Huaxiu as his disciple, he cultivated seriously and pulled away from Lu Huaxiu and Zhou Mingyue. He had already reached the Grand Unity True Immortal Realm first. Even Sun Chang'an had been surpassed by him. The weakest was definitely the chaotic heavenly dog. Back then, its eyes had been gouged out and its providence had been stolen, causing it to take a long time to recover. New chapters are published on Light Novel World. The Black Hell Chicken was not bad. It had already reached the Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Realm. In short, the entire hidden sect was improving at an extremely fast speed. After the calamity ended, everyone would probably be experts who could dominate an area of the immortal world. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju put down the Book of Misfortune with satisfaction. Every 10 years, if he did not curse his enemies, he would feel uncomfortable, as if his life was missing something. Han Ju was about to continue cultivating when someone disturbed him. Golden Crow Token, Jiang Yi. Han Ju connected with his divine sense and asked, "Are you saved?" Jiang Yi smiled and said, "I'm saved." It was a blessing in disguise. My cultivation level has also increased greatly. I'm now a rank 3 Immortal Emperor. Amazing. Of course. Jiang Yi's tone was filled with smugness. How many years had he been in the Emperor realm? Han Ju asked, "Is there anything else?" Jiang Yi smiled and said, "Come to the deity realm of the ruins of End." "I've already." Han Ju directly cut off the divine sense connection. Crazy. Trying to trick me after just being saved. At this moment, Jiang Yi's divine sense fluctuation came from the golden crow token again. Han Ju connected to it. Brat! How can you be so rude? Jiang Yi roared. Han Ju said coldly, what kind of fortuitous encounter do you want to trick me into looking for again? You clearly have a hard time, but you still want to scam a friend. Friend! Jiang Yi felt awkward hearing that. Speaking of which, he had indeed lived a miserable life in the deity realm of the ruins of End all these years. But how did Han Ju know? I've only asked for help once. Jiang Yi said in a low voice, I'm not lying to you this time. If you come to the deity realm of the ruins of End, you can avoid the immeasurable calamity. Hearing this, Han Ju asked in confusion, why? I'm not sure either. This is my first time here. I heard that the deity realm of the ruins of End is not under the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao. Read at Wuxia world. Then, why don't all the living beings in the immortal world go there? We have to cross the dark forbidden zone. It's extremely dangerous. Even an immortal emperor is not completely safe. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. This is a high-level map. Jiang Yi said, however, the deity realm of the ruins of End is not as lively as the immortal world. There is also insufficient immortal qi and even fewer opportunities. Those below the emperor realm will not be able to escape death if they come here. But you are different. You should be an immortal emperor already. In any case, you don't want to enter the calamity. Han Ju replied, thank you for your kind intentions. I'm hiding in an extremely safe place now and can't enter the calamity. Impossible. As long as you're under the heavenly Tao, you will definitely enter the calamity. We'll see. Really? Then tell me a story. I'm not free. That's all. We'll talk next time. Han Ju directly severed his divine sense connection. I wasn't as strong as you last time, so I had to entertain you. Now you want me to tell you another story? Countless years later, if news of this spread, it would probably embarrass the Dark Forbidden Lord. Jiang Yi didn't disturb Han Ju anymore, and he continued cultivating. In a bright Taoist temple, Long Hao was meditating. His condition was extremely strange. His face twitched, with half of it emitting golden light. He suddenly opened his eyes, which shone brightly. He began to pant. Whoosh! Long Hao looked down at his hands and then stood up to size up his body. He was overjoyed. Success. As expected of the son of the heavenly emperor with the strongest potential. He's somewhat similar to me. Long Hao smiled in satisfaction. It was Hao Tian. Possession succeeded. He suppressed Long Hao's soul and forcefully controlled his body. Visit Light Novel World. For the best novel _reading experience. Hao Tian walked out of the Taoist temple. There was a huge lake outside. The sky was colored with green mountains and rivers. It was as beautiful as a painting. He came to the lake and admired the scene before him. How many years had it been? He finally saw the world with his own eyes. At this moment, a figure appeared by his side. It was a Tao child. The Tao child said, Master wants you to go. The disciples of the Jia school are here this time. You can't be missing. Hao Tian glanced at the Tao child and nodded with a smile. Jia school, Chan school, I want to capture all of you at once. Killing intent flashed across Hao Tian's eyes very subtly. Another 10 years had passed since he had contacted Jiang Yi. Han Ju cursed as he checked his emails regularly. He suddenly saw an email and frowned. Your disciple Long Hao has been possessed. His soul has been suppressed. Han Ju hurriedly checked his interpersonal relationships and discovered that Long Hao's information had the word possessed. Ridiculous. Hao Tian was courting death. Han Ju immediately stopped cursing the demon emperor and changed it to cursing Hao Tian. 5 days later. Han Ju continued to curse with his lifespan while staring at the emails, afraid that Long Hao would also die. After about 100 million years of lifespan were deducted. Because of your curse, your disciple Long Hao's dermic powers are in chaos. His body is on the verge of collapse, and Hao Tian's soul is suffering a backlash. Long Hao has taken control of his body. Han Ju immediately stopped. Long Hao was too weak, causing Hao Tian to be in a tough spot as well. Han Ju frowned. What should he do? Hao Tian was like a time bomb that could threaten Long Hao at any time. Han Ju couldn't deal with Hao Tian personally and could only plot against him remotely. Try the light novel world. Com platform _for the most advanced _reading experience. No. He had to contact the Heavenly Emperor. However, Han Ju couldn't contact him now. It would easily expose his identity. He would wait another 10 years. Read at Wuxia World. EU. "10 years went by quickly. 10 years went by quickly. Han Ju took out the Heavenly Dao token and started to contact the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor quickly asked, "What is it? Your Majesty, did something happen to Hao? Oh. You feel the same?" "Yes, I've deduced that Hao seems to be in danger. He's very fearful." "I understand. I'll go find him now." The conversation ended. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief and continued cultivating. In the past 10 years, there had been no emails about Long Hao being possessed again. His portrait was still there. Presumably, Hao Tian also did not dare to harm him. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep Long Hao's soul around until now. In the mountains and rivers, Fang Liang lay in the rubble on the ground. The mountains and rivers in a radius of 10,000 kilometers seemed to have been bombed. A visible fog could even be seen in the sky. The black clouds covered the scorching sun as two figures fought in the sky. All sorts of mystical powers were at their fingertips. Sometimes, violent winds howled, and sometimes, violent lightning descended, wreaking havoc in the world. One of them was Ji Xianchen. Despite wielding 10,000 tons of lightning, he was being suppressed. His opponent was a bull-headed greater demon dressed in thick and sinister armor. He held a huge axe in his hand, and as he waved it, flames surged like waves, sweeping across 10 million miles. He was unstoppable. Fang Liang clutched his chest and sat up with difficulty. He didn't look injured, but his dermic powers were exhausted. This fellow is at least a rank 2 immortal emperor. Fang Liang gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. His eyes flickered. He and Ji Xianchen were both Grand Unity Golden Immortals. Being able to fight an immortal emperor was already their limit. At this rate, they would all die. Fang Liang suddenly thought of the invocation technique. However, he immediately rejected this thought. He couldn't implicate Grandmaster anymore. Grandmaster had already saved him twice. If he did it a third time, he would be letting Han Ju down. Fang Liang gritted his teeth and returned to the fight. Follow current_novel on Light Novel World. For a Grand Unity Golden Immortal to have such strength, the two of you are indeed considered prodigies. Unfortunately, both of you will die. Immortal Emperor Ox Demon laughed disdainfully and wantonly, resounding through the world. The disheveled Ji Xianchen smiled sinisterly. I've heard too many people say that. I'm not dead. They're dead. He raised his hands and triggered the lightning to attack with the power to destroy the world. 7 years passed after contacting the Heavenly Emperor. Han Ju suddenly opened his eyes. He felt inexplicably uneasy. Did something happen? At his cultivation level, his intuition was very accurate. His Dao heart was stable, so it was impossible for him to feel uneasy for no reason. Han Ju checked the emails. As he read, he noticed 2 emails. Your good friend Ji Xianchen was attacked by a demon immortal emperor and unfortunately died. His soul was luckily saved by a mighty figure. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by a demon immortal emperor and unfortunately died. His soul was luckily saved by a mighty figure. The two of them were really tied together, just like Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou. Too bad. Han Ju checked his interpersonal relationships and found that their portraits were still there. That was fine. How troublesome. They went around causing trouble despite the immeasurable calamity, they deserved to die outside. Han Ju snorted. He was extremely dissatisfied with Fang Liang. However, he still used the derivation function to deduce who had saved the two of them. He actually needed to use 80 million years of lifespan. Han Ju wanted to vomit blood. He still chose to continue. Then, in a daze, he arrived at a Taoist temple. Ji Xianchen and Fang Liang's souls floated above a huge cauldron boiling with medicine and smoke. A figure sat in front of the cauldron. Han Ju's eyes widened. Di Tai Bai. Read at Wuxia World. You know. Immortal Emperor Samsara. Immortal Emperor Samsara had the appearance of Di Tai Bai. He wore a black Taoist robe and had two pupils. He stared at them coldly. Di Tai Bai. Why is it you? Ji Xianchen asked in shock. As the leader of the Heavenly Court's literature immortals, Di Tai Bai was known to everyone in the Heavenly Court. Fang Liang was also very surprised. Immortal Emperor Samsara said calmly, I'm not Di Tai Bai, but Immortal Emperor Samsara, NSA Immortal Emperor Samsara. The two of them were stunned. Clearly, they had never heard of this name. Do you want to win the providence and obtain the Zenith Heaven Dao fruit? Immortal Emperor Samsara asked expressionlessly. Zenith Heaven Dao fruit. What an arrogant tone. Ji Xianchen asked, what do you want? Immortal Emperor Samsara said, I don't want the present, but the future after several calamities. What future? You shouldn't care. All you need to know is that I can help you become stronger. It depends on whether you dare to enter the calamity. Ji Xianchen and Fang Liang looked at each other. The two of them could see the unwillingness in each other's eyes. They said in unison, yes. The scene shattered. Han Ju returned to the Khanate cave abode. He frowned. What was Immortal Emperor Samsara doing? Although Immortal Emperor Samsara had a favorable impression of him, he had always been wary of him. This fellow even dared to hide beside the Heavenly Emperor. He definitely had great ambitions. Han Ju continued to deduce, I want to know why Immortal Emperor Samsara saved them. The most up-to-date novels are published _here of Light Novel World. Calm, unable to derive mental activity, Han Ju showed a frown. In other words, Immortal Emperor Samsara had never revealed his intentions externally. Han Ju asked in another way, is he targeting me? 50 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. He's targeting your other identity, the Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Ju was confused. The Dark Forbidden Lord had provoked Immortal Emperor Samsara before. Han Ju didn't remember cursing him. Was this fellow trying to cause trouble? Since it was targeted at the Dark Forbidden Lord, it had nothing to do with Han Ju. He was also embarrassed to curse him directly. After all, he had obtained the inheritance of Immortal Emperor Samsara, and Di Tai Bai had helped him a lot before. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He continued cultivating. The situation became more and more chaotic. He had to reach the deity realm as soon as possible, or he would not be able to protect himself. After the Dao field upgraded and the speed at which it absorbed negative karma increased, Han Ju's cultivation speed remained very fast. He might be able to become a rank 9 Immortal Emperor soon. Heavenly Court. In the Imperial Garden, the Heavenly Emperor sat in the stone pavilion drinking. Sitting in front of him was Jing Tiangong from the Jie school. Dark Forbidden Lord? I don't know. I also want to find trouble with him, the Heavenly Emperor said casually. Jing Tiangong said openly, impossible. The Heavenly Tao Buddha has gone mad, the Demon Emperor's temperament has changed drastically, and the Divine Palace has changed owners. Among the four factions, only Your Majesty is becoming more and more high-spirited. The Dark Forbidden Lord must be related to Your Majesty. Don't worry, I'm not looking for trouble with him. I want to seek refuge with him. Your Majesty, you have a plan. If you can contact the Dark Forbidden Lord, can you introduce him to me? I'm fascinated by him and am willing to do anything for him. The Heavenly Emperor's expression did not change as he pondered. It seemed true. Although the Dark Forbidden Lord had cursed him, it did not hurt. The source of this _chapter, Light Novel World. Could it be that the Dark Forbidden Lord was really related to the Heavenly Court? Or did the Dark Forbidden Lord want to frame them? The Heavenly Emperor shook his head. I really don't know. Jing Tiangong gritted his teeth and said, as long as Your Majesty is willing to help introduce me, the Jie school will definitely help the Heavenly Court in this calamity. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Chapter 343 Li Dao Kong battles Pen Xian, Primordial Yuan Phoenix. Chapter 343 Li Dao Kong battles Pen Xian, Primordial Yuan Phoenix. Facing Jing Tiangong's pestering, the Heavenly Emperor was very helpless. I also want to know who the Dark Forbidden Lord is. After hearing Jing Tiangong's words, he increasingly suspected that the Dark Forbidden Lord was plotting something. As time passed, the Divine Palace, Buddhist sect, Demon Court, and other factions would also suspect him. Previously, he had even instigated the other races to impersonate the Dark Forbidden Lord. The other party was not angry, either. The more the Heavenly Emperor thought about it, the more his expression darkened. Jing Tiangong stared at him, waiting for his reply. After a long while, the Heavenly Emperor said, I really don't know who the Dark Forbidden Lord is. Thank you for your reminder. You made me realize that he might be paying attention to me. Jing Tiangong frowned. This was not the answer he wanted. How about this? You help me. If I can encounter the Dark Forbidden Lord, I will definitely introduce you. The Dark Forbidden Lord controls the calamity. It's easier for a leader of a force like me to contact him. You should understand, the Heavenly Emperor said slowly. Jing Tiangong frowned even harder and cursed the old fox. Another 10 years passed. As usual, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the enemy while cultivating and checking his emails. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by demons, X124322, your good friend Li Dao Kong was attacked by your good friend Pan Xian. Your good friend Zhang Guxing has fused with the Sword Dao River. His Sword Dao has increased greatly. Your good friend Divine General has obtained a body of providence and his soul has transformed. Your good friend Jiang Yi has obtained a supreme treasure. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Zhou Fan has undergone training. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your enemy Heavenly Tao Buddha has lost his mind because he hates you. So many fortuitous encounters. Why did Li Dao Kong bump into Pan Xian? He was not injured. This _content is taken from Light Novel World. This fellow was something. Li Dao Kong was one of Han Ju's most troublemaking friends, but this fellow was also the only one who was not severely injured. It seemed that no matter who he faced, he would not be injured. As expected of the eldest disciple of the human school, Han Ju was a little tempted. It did not seem bad to acknowledge Li Dao Kong as his master. However, he had to wait until the calamity was over. If Li Dao Kong was still alive and far stronger than him, he could consider it. Perhaps at that time, Han Ju would no longer need a master. Also, had the Heavenly Tao Buddha only lost his mind now? What happened previously? Did he take revenge on all living beings by acting crazy? Han Ju felt that the heavenly Tao Buddha was very dangerous. It was better to kill him if there was a chance. He continued to look down. The heavenly court was still in a fierce battle. The calamity had been activated for a period of time, but it had not stopped. Immortals were immortals. They could really endure it. A month later, Han Ju put down the Book of Misfortune and continued cultivating. However, after cultivating for a few months, Tao Comprehension Sword came to him. Master, the Fusang tree is shaking again. It said that it's very afraid, she said anxiously. This was the first time such a situation had occurred since the Fusang tree had developed intelligence. Hearing this, Han Ju subconsciously checked the experts around Hidden Sect Island and found no enemies. He immediately stood up and walked out of the cave abode to the Fusang tree. The other disciples gathered and discussed. Han Ju looked at Fusang tree and asked, just like before, what existence has targeted you? The Fusang tree shook as if it was trembling. It replied, I'm not sure either. I'm inexplicably afraid. I can't control this fear. Visit to Light Novel World. Discover_new novels. Han Ju showed a frown. Black Hell Demon Lord walked over and said, I'm afraid there's something in the 9 Nether Purgatory that should be related to birds. Duan Hongchen added, there are indeed birds and beasts in the 9 Nether Purgatory. The most terrifying is the primordial phoenix. After it perished in the calamity, it was suppressed in the 9 Nether Purgatory. If it's him, I'm afraid, he did not continue. The phoenix race who participated in the calamity was already considered a connate life form. There were very few phoenixes now, and their bloodline was not as good as before. Han Ju said, it's fine. I'll think of a way. With that, he turned around and left. The other disciples continued to discuss. This 9 Nether Purgatory is still not safe. It's fine. Even the Phoenix can't find us. Even Grandmaster isn't panicking. What are you afraid of? Just like Ada and Xiao'er from before. Don't even think about running away. Can you not talk about this? Back then, I almost ate all of you. After returning to the connate cave abode, Han Ju ignored the worried Tao Comprehension Sword and began to use the derivation function. I want to know who made the Fusang tree uneasy. Han Ju thought silently. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 100 million years. Crap. If finding out only the identity of the other party cost this much, it was very likely that it was a big shot. Han Ju continued nervously. He felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he came to a dark void. This was still the 9 Nether Purgatory. Boundless negative karma transformed into a dense fog that filled the air. It was even darker than the place where Hidden Sect Island was. Han Ju quickly noticed panting in the darkness ahead. He narrowed his eyes and was almost frightened to death. It was a pair of eyes. The latest episodes are on the Light Novel World. Com website. The single eyeball was larger than the entire reroll world. Even Han Ju, a rank 8 immortal emperor, couldn't see its entire body. Words appeared in front of him. Primordial Yuan Phoenix, cultivation unknown. Master of negative karma. Once the head of the Phoenix race, he participated in the first immeasurable calamity and died. His soul was suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Later, he was sent into the 9 Nether Purgatory by the Tao ancestor and endured the endless torture of negative karma, never to make a comeback. The overlord of the first immeasurable calamity. Han Ju felt his scalp tingle. This was a true big shot. Being targeted by him was not good. Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality. He continued to ask in his heart, will the primordial Yuan Phoenix find Hidden Sect Island? No, he's surrounded by negative karma and can't move. The Tao field can block his divine sense. The Fusang tree has limited appeal to him. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. But this made sense. Although the Fusang tree was a divine tree, it might not be attractive in the eyes of mighty figures. The Fusang tree was afraid because of its instincts. After some time, it would get used to it. Han Ju suddenly thought of the losers in the 9 nether purgatory. Would legendary figures appear? Forget it. What does that have to do with me? I can't think of them as my idols. It's easy to die here. Han Ju hurriedly warned himself that he couldn't use his previous life's memories to assess these legends. Legends were ultimately for mortals to see. It had all sorts of motives and could not be trusted completely. Han Ju looked at Dao Comprehension Sword and said, "It's fine. I've already deduced that there won't be any danger. It'll be fine after the Fusang tree gets used to it." Pleasantly surprised, Dao Comprehension Sword quickly stood up and spread the news. Everyone from the hidden sect believed Han Ju firmly. If he said that there was no danger, there would definitely be no problem. After the Fusang tree learned of it, the shaking decreased greatly. Han Ju stopped thinking and cultivated in peace. Visit Light Novel World. For the best novel_reading experience one day, he would surpass the primordial Yuan Phoenix. Perhaps after he sucked the 9 nether purgatory dry, the primordial Yuan Phoenix would be grateful to him and directly bow down to him. That would be quite awesome. Read at Wuxia World. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.